Series Asia for the first time. So we've got the competitors still dialing in a very solid run as they work in close proximity. A very talented bunch of youngsters in the junior category, as we know. So definitely going to be very close as the drivers run. Nip the tuck. There is Sera Kojima, desperately trying to find another 79 thousandths of a second to push her way into pole position, but I fear that the tyres are pretty much done now. The checkered flag is going to fly. She's going to be the first one to cross the line to receive the checkered flag, where she can be so happy with herself. Second position in the time qualifying then for Sera Kojima. And there is a last-minute change as Gu Haotian shoots up into fifth position for the Muwa Motorsport team right at the bitter end there. Good work from Gu Haotian. So top 5 on his debut, very impressive from Gu Haotian. He can be so satisfied with that. And that is pretty much all she wrote then for the contenders in the junior category. I think the others have already come into the pits and parked the carts. So it is game over. Andrea Galimberti is pole from Sera Kojima, Danish Chen and Max Tse. Then it is Gu Haotian in front of Aryan Singh. Conrad Garrow, P7 in front of Nadal Imjit Panya. P9 for Jack Larson. Very different circuit this to LYL, of course. So the Birla Asia team on the back foot there for Jack Larson. Then Leonardo Mori in 10th position in front of Kian Shah and Michael Lederer, still reacclimatizing to the Auto Inc Racing team. Santok Singh, Chris Kazemsup, Zhu Kaixin, and then Tianavit Janajatupat in 16th position. So that is the junior time trial and qualifying all completed. Now we will get ourselves ready for Cadet and Cadet Rookie with their time trial split into 2 groups. And we will start, of course, with Group A. There is the 3-minute board going up. And of course, in the Cadet and Cadet Rookies who are combining, they will only get 7 minutes out on the course. So you can expect that as soon as the green flag drops, all of the drivers will venture out onto the circuit at one go, because in a 7-minute session, you don't have a lot of time to fool around with. So the cadets are definitely going to be pushing very hard from the outset. It's an ultra competitive cadet category in 2025. We've had 3 different race winners from the events so far this year. We've had race victories for Hiro Tse in the opening round of the championship at LYL. Then that sensational final round 2 for Maximilian Schilling, the youngster from Hong Kong. And then in third round of the championship, I should say, it was the victory for the Australian talent, Jake Stecki. And now we've got a great battle for the championship because it's been so even over those first few rounds of the championship. The top 6 drivers in the championship standings are covered by just 9 points. It literally could go anybody's way in Cadet in 2025. And the leaders are Mason Kwong, who's been the most consistent of the drivers over the course of the first 3 rounds. Then Jake Stecki, Poshkong Chol, Hiro Tse, Maximilian Schilling, and Oliver Tse. So 6 drivers covered by just 9 points. The championship fight is going to be brutal in these 3 weekends in Thailand. But all of the drivers know exactly what is expected of them. And naturally, all 6 drivers are here. They want to put on a good show and they want to showcase what is possible. Mason Kwong leading the way for the DRM racing team. Came good at the end of last year and is hoping to turn that into a 2025 championship run. Jake Stecki, the Australian, making his debut in 2025, but really putting on a great show for the Aussies, watching along with the Birla Racing Asia team. He's been so strong since he came in at round 2 of the championship and is already just 3 points off the lead. Poshkong Chol, the very talented young Thai for CRG Thailand, doing a great job initially over the course of last season, continuing that on into this year with some very consistent performances. Then the 2 brothers, Hiro and Oliver Tse, who of course are the younger brothers of Max Tse, who is in the junior, but Hiro and Oliver are twins and they were born on the same day, so always interesting to see how those 2 go. Hiro Tse currently has 56 points in the championship. Oliver Tse has 54, so there's only 2 points between them as well. Green flag flies and the drivers go out onto the grid, onto the circuit, for their time trial. And the other man in the championship equation, of course, is Maximilian Schilling, the man who was upside down on his first appearance at LYL at the tail end of last year. And somehow, despite doing no running at all on Saturday, was able to charge through for a podium in the final round of last year. And then, of course, triumphed beautifully in round 2 of the championship and grabbed the top 5 finish last time out. And then, rather sadly, had a DNF on the last lap of the final in round 1. So it really has been a crazy season in cadets so far. So many competitors with a great chance to charge their way further forward. So it is a really exciting battle to watch all of these guys put on a great showcase. But this is just one group, of course, of the cadets and cadet rookies. So of this group, we've got Puttapong Wangnapachan, Hero Tse, Liban Luis Kanan, Mohamed Falik, who is one of the new faces in the field and one of the new cadet rookies. George Patrizi, or as we now have to call him, Super Giorgio. It's totally my fault, by the way, because I mentioned that last time out he was charging through the field like the bullet in Mario Kart, and now that has pretty much stuck. So even his new helmet design has a Mario Kart missile on the back, and he's referring to himself as Super Giorgio, which I absolutely love. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've also got Prin Vonkapon and Oliver Tse in the mix, as well as Hero Tse. Zhang Yisheng, Kalin Delsi, the cheekiest man in motorsport. Love him to pieces, though. Mason Kwong and Liu Yujuan. And then we have Beb from Thailand, Nutsadong Rangwastanakul. Then we have Lu Sichien, Saharat Ledprasatpekon, along with Carson Choi. And then another one of the young ladies joining the field for this competition. She's actually in the other group. We'll talk about that in a short while. But Sedipach Ketsuwan and Chayakon Minakaneth are also in this particular run. So the competitors still getting themselves dialed in and up to speed. So many cadets nowadays. Last year we had about a dozen or so, and now we've pretty much got a full grid, which is why we've had to split the qualifying up into two groups so that they've got a little bit of clean running, essentially. So Liban Luis Kanan sets the initial pace, but is anyone going to go quicker than the DPE Motorsport driver number 5? Certainly plenty of talent in this grid. Watch out for Hiro and Oliver Tse, and in particular as well for Mason Kwong. They're all going to be pretty quick in this particular group. But it would be nice to see a surprise or two as the drivers get themselves up to speed. They're still at the moment just warming up the tyres and getting themselves ready for an exciting charge forward. So it could be really interesting to see what happens in this particular competition. All the drivers looking for a positive showcase. And so it's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. So all of the contenders ready for a decent run at the pole position. Should be getting those tyres up to temperature now. So I think we're going to start to see some flying laps as they come out of the final turn this time. First car to cross the line is going to be the number 12. That's Puttapong Wangnapachan. So Puttapong Wangnapachan has not really improved the time there. A 102.74 is still where he finds himself. Nutsadong Rangwastanakul has gone very quick. A 102.821. This is a circuit she knows much better than LYL, don't forget. And she made her racing debut in Malaysia, but all of that was to build herself up ready for these final 3 rounds of the championship, I've got a feeling. And she has serious credentials here as a ridiculously fast racing driver. So the number 9, watch out for Babe, Nutsadong Rangwastanakul for the Garage Complete 1-point team. 4th position at the moment, just in front of Liu Yujuan and Chayakon Minakaneth, and then Mason Kwong and Oliver Tse, who are actually really struggling at the moment to get themselves up to speed. A lot of the locals who know this circuit very well, they are changing the guard here a little bit. The first 3 rounds of the championship, of course, have all been at LYL, so we've known what the standard is, but a lot of the Thai drivers have been testing here for the last 2 or 3 months. They know the circuit very well, so it's time for the established guard to try and pit themselves against the locals. Puttapong Wangnapachan is still in 3rd position. Liban Luis Kanan still on the top, though, a 102.408. This is going to be a complete dice roll as to who's going to get a decent run in qualifying here. Certainly quite a few drivers not finding the pace. Chayakon Minakaneth has gone up to P6. Saharat Ledprasatpekon has gone up into 15th place. That is Saharat Ledprasatpekon for CRG Thailand, a 103.891. But they're the only ones making improvements at the moment. The hot conditions here, they've warmed up the tyres, but they're not really finding any more speed. So there's a lot of names here that are not getting the pace they wanted. Hiro Tse has gone 2nd. And Nutsadong Rangwastanakul has gone 4th, which is very impressive indeed for her. But we've got Mason Kwong in P7, Oliver Tse P8, and essentially those are the 2 other big names in this particular group who are really struggling. They're going to have a really tough race trying to get past everybody if they're going to be down in 7th and 8th in qualifying. So it's great to see some new faces up at the sharp end of the field, that's for sure. And look at these 2. Liban Luis Kanan and Hiro Tse are basically working together to run at the sharp end. So there's a lot of big pressure from the drivers behind. First of the cadet rookies who are only competing in the cadet rookie category is Sedipach Ketsuwan for the Forza Motorsport XP1 team, 11th position in front of their other two competitors, Saharat Leprosepticon and Mohamed Falik, who is currently in 17th place in the group. That's for the Stratos RL team with a 104.4. So only 2 seconds between the entirety of the group. When you consider that the last driver is a cadet rookie rather than a cadet, very impressive how close it is in this competition. But the top 10 drivers are separated by less than a second, so very competitive, very even at the moment. But this is great news for Liben Lewis Canaan, who has been steadily making progress over these first 3 rounds of the championship. And it's great to see a changing of the guard. We always love it when drivers really hit the sweet spot. But the 11-year-old from Selangor in Malaysia is having a fantastic run here ahead of Hirot Sir, who of course is one of the championship contenders. So certainly in Group A, it looks as though Hirot Sir is going to have the best weekend based on only on qualifying. Racing is very different to qualifying, of course, so it doesn't mean it's guaranteed. But we're certainly going to have a very interesting weekend if these qualifying times are anything to go by. Liben Lewis Canaan in front of Hirot Sir, and then in third place, Putapong Wangnapachan in front of Nutsadong Wangmastanakul. Then Liu Yuxuan and Chayakon Minakaneth, Mason Kwong, Oliver Tse, Kaylin Delcy, Zhang Yisheng, Sedapach Kitsuan, Lucy Chen, George Patrizi, Prin Vonkabon, Saharat Lerprosepacon, Carson Choi and Mohamed Falik. So having a great race at the moment then, Liben Lewis Canaan. This is a real shot in the arm for him and the DPE team. They're going to come around to take the checkered flag. And I think Liben Lewis Canaan is going to get pole position, provisionally at least. A 103.3 to finish. Well, that's not an improvement, but it's a 102.4 that he's ended up on. Nobody's gone as quick as that. Is there going to be one final shoot up the order from a couple of drivers? Well, Prin Vonkabon has improved the time, a 103.656, but hasn't improved the position. And no, that's the way it's going to stay. That is incredible. From Liben Lewis Canaan, the young man from Selangor, 11 years of age, the Malaysian has gone provisional pole position. The form book here has been completely rewritten. So Liben Lewis Canaan is provisional pole position ahead of Hirot Sir from Putapong Wangnapachan, Nutsadang Wangwastanakul, Liu Yuxuan and Chayakon Minakaneth. Goodness me, Cadet has been completely transformed. Mason Kwong is P7, Oliver Tse is P8. So 2 of the big names in this championship not even making it into the top 5. This is a very different weekend, isn't it? Kaylin Delcy in 9th from Zhang Yisheng. Sedapach Ketsuwan is 11th in front of Lucy Chen. Then George Patrizi, Prin Vonkabon, Saharat Lerprosepacon, Carson Choi and Mohamed Falik. 2 seconds between them all. But the big news is that we have a new man at the top of qualifying. Liben Lewis Canaan, who's clearly been working so hard over the last few weeks. And now the Malaysian is top dog. Amazing for the DPE Motorsport team. They must be so delighted with that. So that is a provisional pole position then for the man on the top spot, Liben Lewis Canaan. Very impressive work indeed from the 11-year-old Malaysian. But now we've got the second group. And let's not forget that that time of 1 minute 5.4 needs to be beaten now by everybody else in this group. Whoever's the fastest in this, we need to figure out if Liben Lewis Canaan is going to go the quickest or if it's going to be his rival. So fascinating stuff then in this competition as to who is going to get pole position. A 105.4 then is the time to beat for the rest of the cadet and cadet rookies. So in the second group, we're going to have the rest of the contest. Jun Karato, Jedech Sutavatarano, Kitinuntapat Bunyaratakan, then Papasaton Silapabenling. Then we have Suyatapat Tira Fatarayang Jake Steki and Posh Kong Chol, Patapol Golgan Janiset, Tanawarat Vejabuti, Chinapat Vejabuti, Joshua Tan, Maximilian Schilling, Zhang Jishwan, and then the young lady competitor Sidachak Ongbagnoy, as well as Tantaj Yurasuskundrai, Tamtaj Yurasuskundrai, Pondapat Pitak, and Kenza Mateo Gunawan. A lot of new faces this weekend, with this being the Thai rounds of the championship. I do apologize if I'm butchering some of these names. I'm doing my utmost to learn them as quickly as humanly possible. But there's some real good talents in this field, and the cadets are really raising the bar to the occasion there. There is the 88, that is Joshua Tan, the young Singaporean. The 59 there, that's one of the CRG Thailand competitors, Posh Kong Chol. Mr. Posh getting himself ready for another great run on home turf. 39 alongside him his teammate Jun Karato. There's the 98, that is the female competitor Surachach Ongbanoi for the Ray Racing Yas Service team. And there is the 58, Jay Kostecki, the winner last time out, the Australian. Did an absolutely fantastic job in round 3 of the championship to find the form from Henley Brook in Western Australia. The 11-year-old looking strong. There's the 51, that is Kitanuntapat Bunyaratkalin. And then we have the treble 4 at the tail end of the field, that is Tamtaj Yuvasakurai for the DT Motorsport team. Their sibling is also in the mix, Tantad Yuvasunkanrai. So they're all in there together. There is the 55 as well, that is Papasathorn Selababanleng. And then we have the 66 running in the Thailand race team colours. Oh, sorry, the 65, I should say. That is Patapol Kalkanjanaset, or Porsche, as he is also known. 56 there as well. That is the new competitor, Sriatapat Tirafatararabuang. I will try and get these names a little bit more serene if everybody is okay with that. It's going to take me a little bit of time to learn them all. But Tirafatawara Borarang is there in the 56 car. That's for the DRS racing team for Kart Republic. The 3-minute board about to go up. That's the 455 getting ready. That is Ponnapat Pitak, who is part of the ALK racing team on the Energy course. Lovely to see that Energy course still has a presence in this paddock in some form. Always very nice to see. We've got a lot of absentees, of course, in the cadet category that we don't get to see on this particular occasion. So we wish all of the cadets who aren't here well, such as Nick Zhang, Liu Jinyu, Arav Soreka, Saev Zulkarnain, Carson Lee, Lennon Barchi, Lo Samay, or Alice Lowe as we know her, Karsten Chong, Jackson Wood, Aaron Akil, Sean Sullivan, and Syabal Omar Basalama, who have been fantastic in the previous rounds. It'll be really exciting to see them as they move their way forward. For some reason, the master graphic is coming up. That's not correct. It should actually be the cadet and cadet rookies, Group B, that is up next. And we've got 18 drivers ready to push for the top spot there. Jun Karato, Jevach Sutavatanarod, Kitinuntabat Bunyaratakul, Papasathorn Selababanleng, and then we have the very talented number 56, Sriatapat Tira Fatara Buang, and then we have Jay Kostecki, Posh Kong Chol, Patapol Galgojanaset, Tanawarat Vejabuti, Chinavat Vejabuti, Joshua Tang, Maximilian Schilling, Zhang Zhixuan, Sivachaj Ongbanoi, and then Tantaj Yuvasukunrai, Tamtaj Vinasukujrai, and then Ponnapat Pitak and Kenzo Mateo Gunawan. Once again, these competitors will have just 7 minutes to run around the course and get themselves up to the top spot. And we now know that it's pretty much open season in the cadet category, which is exactly what we were hoping for, actually. Always nice to see that we've got some really exciting battles to come from our competitors. So we should see some really exciting battles from the drivers as they continue to move their way forwards around the course. The 1-minute board goes up, the pit exit is opened. And obviously when the green flag drops, they'll only have 7 minutes in cadet and cadet rookie, so they've got to go for it as soon as possible. They won't have time to wait around. So when they get the command to head out onto the circuit, we will see who is in the fight for pole position. And it looks like it's going to be one of those weekends where the form book is thrown up in the air and we get a completely different result. I'm very excited about this now because goodness knows what's going to happen in cadet and cadet rookie. It could be anybody's guess. So with all of the contenders now gearing themselves up ready for a strong competition, it's going to be really exciting to see what happens from here on out. So time trial Group B for cadet and cadet rookie. The drivers venturing out onto the Bira Kart circuit here, ready for another exciting showcase. When they get the command, the lights will go off on the gantry. They'll get the command in the pits, and all of the drivers will flee out en masse. The Sodis have all gone out together, goodness me. All of the competitors in their Sodis. That's the DT Motorsport team exiting the pit lane en masse there. So the DT Motorsport team consisting of Jirush Sutavatanarod, Tanawarat Vejabuti and Chinavat Vejabuti, the two siblings, and then Tantaj Yuvasukunrai, and the 51 in the mix there as well. That is Kitanuntabat Bunyaratakalin. So they're running closely in there together. That's the 12-year-old running in that particular group. And of course, there's two championships essentially here within a championship here, because we've got IAME Thailand integrated with the Infinity IAME Series Asia. So they'll collect points for IAME Series Thailand over the weekend as well, if they have registered for it. So we're going to get a very busy podium ceremony tomorrow, because we're going to have podiums in not just IAME Series Asia, but also in IAME Thailand as well. So it's going to be a very busy day tomorrow, that's for sure, with trophies galore. So all of the drivers have ventured out onto the course then to try and get their lap times down to a good minimum, as Max Schilling is trying to chase down the DT Motorsport team at the moment. As he chases through, and he's gone straight to the top with a 103.9. So Max Schilling, business as usual for him. I think it's a 103.4 that needs to be beaten at the moment. So he's already half a second away from that with his first flying lap. So very strong run indeed then from Max Schilling, who's clearly out to prove that he and the Automic Racing team have found the sweet spot in the second half of the season in Thailand, as much as they did at LYL. Cruelly denied a decent finish in the opening round of the championship with a last lap retirement, but then got a win and a fourth place to be right in the vanguard of the championship fight. He's only about 8 points back from the lead, so he's got plenty of opportunities to grab this championship back. Already trying to use the circuit around him to try and get a decent overtake or two during the qualifying laps to benefit his own time. Patapol Golganjanaset has gone a 103.7, so that's already beaten the time set by Max Schilling. A 102.8 from Dhanawara Vejabuti and Chinabat Vejabuti, as Max Schilling does a 103.2. So goodness me, the DT Motorsport cards are in the 102s. So I think it's fair to say that the time trial Group B teams are going to be the fastest group. So they're going to be starting from the inside line, as far as I can tell. So very impressive run then from the DT teammates of Dhanawarat and Chinabat Vejabuti. Then it is the lady driver, Sivachak Ongbonoy, that's gone into third position. Great work from her in the Ray Racing Yas Service team kart. Just a whisker faster than Max Schilling. Then it is in fifth position, Bunyarat Karlin. So Bunyarat Karlin in fifth position at the moment, ahead of Patapol Golganjanaset, and then Jiraj Sutavatanarod, and then Kenzo Mateo Gunawan from Tanta Jiras Kunrai, and then Papasadon Silapapanlang. Up to the top spot though comes Posh Kongchol. That didn't take long for the CRG Thailand man to hit a sweet spot and grab a pole time. So Posh Kongchol, a 102.804. And now Chinabat Vejabuti's gone quicker, a 102.743. Posh Kongchol second, then Tarawarat Vejabuti. Jay Kostecki now P4. And then they continue their charge all the way through. Half a second currently separates the top 10 all the way down to Max Schilling, who is now in P10. But half a second away. That's how competitive it is in this category. Goodness me, it's fast in the cadets and cadet rookies this year. Bira was competitive last year. It's even more competitive this time. This is going to be a race of hard knocks and attrition, I think. So Chinabat Vejabuti, top spot with a 102.74 now. So Chinabat Vejabuti, a 102.74 ahead of Posh Kongchol, Dhanawarat Vejabuti, and then Jay Kostecki ahead of Sritapat Tirapatara Boang in P5. And then it is Patapol Golganjanaset from the young lady driver Sirachak Ongbonoy and Papasatan Silapabanlang, then Jun Karato and Maximilian Schilling in P10. Very close indeed, and only half a second between the top 10. So head down, try and find a little bit more pace in the kart. Try and get a clean run, try and find a little bit more, but it looks as though all of the championship contenders, except for Hirotsu and Posh Kongchol, are really going to struggle this weekend. Even Jay Kostecki is not quite where he wants to be. Fourth position is only going to see him on the fourth row of the grid for the qualifying heats. So everybody in the championship fight is in trouble here to a certain extent. It's going to be a fascinating set of races in Cadet later. They're really going to have to keep their wits about them and not let their emotions bubble over. Qualifying is one thing, racing is quite another. You can set a fast lap time all day long, but if you can't handle it on a racetrack in racecraft with these guys, then it's going to be very different. So the leaders come through once again, and we've got a change of position. We've not got any personal bests coming through at the moment. I think they've already gone as far as the tyres will allow them to. So it looks like it's going to be Chinabat Vejabuti that gets a 102.743 from this session. Very good run indeed, it has to be said. So excellent performance and a great display. Second place for Posh Kongchol, and then Dhanawarat Vejabuti, Jay Kostecki, and Sritipat Dirapatara Buwong. So now they're really getting some good performances out of these carts. Improvement from Jidash Sutivatanarod in 13th, just quicker than Bunyadakilin, but not quite enough to get into the top 10 just yet. And we're literally only looking for about a 10th or so to get that point. So it's very tricky in the cadets. Again, 2 seconds covering the top to the back, but it's so tight at the top. Really, really close between these guys who are desperately trying to find that little bit of extra pace from their machines. Half a second covers first to 10th though. So you're literally clutching at straws for pace at the moment as Zhang Zhixuan is trying to find a time quicker than Tantaj Yuvasakunrai. Tantaj Yuvasakunrai, by the way, is down in 17th place, one of the 2 cadet rookies. Tantaj Yuvasakunrai is only competing in cadet rookie, whereas their sibling Tantaj Yuvasakunrai is in 11th in both cadet and cadet rookie this weekend. So we have the 2 very similarly named competitors, Tantad and Tamtad. Just the slightest difference in letters between those 2. Goodness me, I hope they can tell them apart because I'm not going to be able to. Checkered flag is out though. And that is all she wrote then for this sensational performance. So it's going to be a really exciting race later on. The 2 races that we've got, as Chinapat Vejabuti is going to cross the line for the top spot with a 102.743 ahead of Poshkong Chol, and then Tanawara Vejabuti, Jay Kostecki, Svitapat Dirapatara Buwong, and then Patapal Kaukandjanaset from Sidachat Ombonoi, Papasatorn Sidapavanlang, Jun Karato, and Max Schilling in the top 10, covered by 0.541 of a second. This weekend is going to send the Cadet Championship absolutely nuclear. So the 2 fastest drivers in Cadet, 2 names that I would not have ventured forward to go fastest in these 2 qualifying sessions, Liben Luis Kanan and Chinapat Vejabuti, 2 completely new faces at the top of qualifying for both Cadet and Cadet Rookie. That is fascinating how we've got to that stage. So great to see the new faces that we have up at the top spot. So of course now we'll turn our attention to the Masters category, nowhere near the entry that we were hoping for this particular round of the championship. But we still have Wedasak Ayamchan along with Harith O, Tam Yuk Ho from Hong Kong, and Ian Willock is the new face from Singapore with Simon Racing. A big hello to the drivers that weren't able to be with us this time, to Alpesh Patel, to Scott Wood out in Malaysia, to the DPE Motorsport drivers, to Kumaran and Ahmad Zaidi bin Razri, and of course to Hollywood. I know he's tuning in, Darren Formosa out in Australia, although actually he's not in Australia this weekend. He's actually celebrating his wedding anniversary in Venice. So, fantastici. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely time. It's either wedding anniversary or birthday. I have a feeling it might be birthday, actually, because I know his birthday's on the 22nd. So, well, I'm sure you'll correct me. I'm sure you'll tell me, put me in my place as to what it really is. We were going to have a 5th driver in the field. Simon Tan was going to join in, but then he decided, you know what, I don't fancy it. Bless him. There's quite a few drivers here who could easily have been in the Masters category. Even in senior, a couple of drivers who could have easily been eligible for the Masters, particularly Mark Yao, who is actually competing in senior this weekend. And of course, Sutamo Nishimura, who was fairly dominant in last year's Masters category, but due to his weight, he's decided he's going to go in the senior category and try his chances. Pretty impressive from a man who is 55 years of age. So good luck to Sutamo Nishimura, and hopefully Nishimura-san is going to teach a few of these young whippersnappers in the senior category a thing or two. There's some big names in senior this weekend, so we're going to leave those for just a moment before we focus on the Master. So, Wedasak Ayamchan, Harith bin Zadalo, Tam Yuk Ho, and Ian Willock are going to be the ones battling for pole position in the Masters time trial. They get 10 minutes, although if I were them, I'd probably sit there and do very little until the last 3 minutes of the session, and then just chill out and look after the tyres as much as humanly possible. But of course, Wedasak Ayamchan is also keeping an eye on the progress of Wadapong Ayamchan, who is racing this weekend an hour down the road on the streets of Bang Sen in the Bang Sen Grand Prix as part of the F4 Southeast Asia Championship, teaming up with another fellow Thai, Ayarthon Asdathorn, who actually grabbed pole position in yesterday's qualifying session. So there's a lot of Thai talent around. And Wedasak Ayamchan is actually the only driver in the entire paddock to have won a final twice this year. It's been so even in 2025 and so competitive that there's only one driver to have taken 2 wins in finals this year, and that is Wedasak Ayamchan. He's the only person to have done it twice. So very impressive indeed from the Thai superstar for the Top 1 motorsport team. Most of the Top 1 posse, I should point out, are actually down the road in Bang Sen supporting Wadapong. But obviously they wanted to give him a big cheer for this one. But the 43-year-old from Bangkok is here and is one of the favourites for this, although of course he's going to have his work cut out for him up against the Malaysian talent from FR Racing Johor, Haritho, who only just became eligible to race in the Masters this season at the age of 30. It's 30 and over if you want to race in Masters. And then it's a welcome return to the paddock for Tam Yuko, the Hong Kong driver who was here last year. And also to the 39-year-old from Singapore, Ian Willock, for Simon Racing. Good to see him in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Championship paddock. He's been racing all sorts of different competitions over the last couple of seasons. And great to see him in INFINITY IAME Asia. And of course, all roads lead to the IAME World Final. So all of the drivers here hoping to put on some good displays and win some races for the remainder of the season in the hope that they too can represent their nation in the IAME World Finals. But of course, a 10-minute session is going to elapse relatively slowly, I guess, for these guys, because the Masters are all getting themselves geared up and ready to head out onto the course. Tam Yuko to the left of your screen, Ian Willock to the right of your screen, and just in behind them there is Wedasak Ayamchan. Haritho is there somewhere, not entirely sure where exactly, but 4 karts are going to give us a great race. And for those who are wondering, well, is that not going to give us a pretty boring spectacle? Well, then you weren't watching at LYL, were you? Because the 3rd round of the championship at LYL, the Masters final, pretty much upstaged everything that we saw in both the junior and senior categories. It was bombastic, fantastic, and flamboyant all the way. Fantastic to see how well it's been going. So a really exciting challenge for all of the contenders. It's going to be really, really impressive to see how everybody's going. And I have a feeling that the Masters, even though there's only 4 of them this weekend, they're still going to give us great entertainment. It's X30, it's karting. Of course they're going to give us a show. So Wedasak Ayamchan, Harith bin Zadalo, Tam Yuko, and Ian Willock will be the 4 contenders in Masters for this round of the championship. We actually, annoyingly, we had a few other drivers in Masters competition testing over Thursday and Friday, but for whatever reason, whether it's not being quite adequately prepared or the license hasn't come through or for whatever reason it is, they're not out in the karts racing. And you have to have a concurrent license to go racing. You can't just rock up to the circuit and go. You have to make sure that everything is correct in the boxes and ticked and checked and everything. So on this occasion, just 4 Masters for this weekend, but hopefully there's going to be a few more for round 5 and for round 6. We know that this is obviously the height of the beginning of summer as well, so a few people are actually absent and around in various other parts of the world, either on location, vacation I should say, or competing in other disciplines, and that's fair enough. So we're still going to get a very decent run though from the 4 competitors that we have. There in the background is Wedasak Ayamchan. He's the man who's won both of the Masters finals he's competed in so far this year. There's the 391, visor down, ready for action, Ian Willock, as he prepares for a run at pole position. Also in the mix there, I saw Tam Yuko. I didn't see Hadith bin Zadal O's card, interestingly. I saw it in the awning a little bit earlier on, so I'm not entirely sure where he is, but hopefully he is there in position. The green flag is flying at the end of the pit lane, but as I suspected in Master, nobody is moving yet because they don't want to push the karts too early in this 10-minute session. Mind you, I spoke too soon. Out onto the circuit goes Tam Yuko, and his teammate has gone out as well. That is Ian Willock. In fact, all 3 of them have gone out onto the course, as Wedasak Ayamchan also drives out onto the course. Oh no, sorry, that is Harith bin Zarvalo in the FR Racing Johor car. And now Wedasak Ayamchan is going out. I've got a feeling that what's going to happen then is the drivers will set 2 or 3 laps, realise they're not going any faster, then come into the pits and park it. I wouldn't be too surprised to see these four not quite take the checkered flag. They'll get what they can out of the session and then bring it in. So Tamyuk Ho just warming himself up there with Harith bin Zaralo, the all-black machine. I love Harith bin Zaralo's look. It kind of looks almost like he's in the old Lotus colours from the 80s. It looks very, very cool at the wheel of a Tony kart. And he is part of the FR Racing Johor team that they set up themselves. And of course, Harith bin Zaralo is part of a fairly well-to-do racing family. His cousins compete in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia category and were out racing in Fuji Speedway last week. So great to see that the family of motor racing never falls too far away from the top level. But Harith bin Zaralo, very, very talented competitor. Fastest lap, Wedasak IAME. That didn't take long. So Wedasak IAME has got himself into the top spot already. And so it's going to be an interesting one then for the man who's taken 2 finals so far. Second place, Harith bin Zaralo. Third place, Ian Willock. Fourth place, Tamyuk Ho. That's the way it currently ranks after just 1 qualifying lap, but that's not going to be the fastest these guys will go. So let's see if Harith bin Zaralo, the Malaysian, is going to make even more progress. The 30-year-old from Johor, not too far away from the capital itself of Kuala Lumpur. Really loving life in karting at the moment. Really seems to be getting the most out of himself at this point of his career. And he's going to come through almost certainly to top the timesheets as he comes through on a faster lap. 57.482, that's the gauntlet to throw down to everybody else. What does Tamyuk Ho do? 59.0. What does Ian Willock do? 57.9. What about Wedasak IAME? A 57.5. So it is the Malaysian that you're looking at on your screen who is the provisional pole sitter. Harith bin Zaralo looking good at the moment on the provisional pole. So Harith bin Zaralo definitely getting the most out of his first couple of flying laps, but of course there's still more to come from these tyres. I wouldn't expect them to push too far beyond the limit, and they'll certainly want to give something to the latter stages of the qualifying times. And certainly for Harith bin Zaralo, if there's a little bit more to come from the Tony kart, then he's going to be pushing a little bit more to try and find it. It's a very dynamic race circuit, this one. It's fairly old school, and the tyre management, the tyre degradation is such an important factor in these races. Here comes Harith bin Zaralo though, across the line, and let's see what he's done. A 56.9, right, beat that lads. So through comes Tamyuk Ho, and Ian Willock has done 56.862, and Wedasak IAME has gone even quicker, 56.728. So Harith bin Zaralo is only third. So Ian Willock has gone second quickest then for the Simon Racing team on a 56.862, but quickest of all is the 3:44. Wedasak IAME, who's gone top spot for the Top 1 Motorsport team. So very good work indeed then from Wedasak IAME, and that is exactly where we expected him to be. Pole position, not a big surprise for him. He's been very strong over the course of the season and certainly looking favourite to become the Masters champion in 2025. But he is going to have his work cut out with this man. Harith bin Zaralo is not going to back down from the fight. Has he got anything more in the cart? He's got a 56.9. Can he find anything more than a 56.728, which is the current benchmark thrown down? What can he do? He's got a 56.866, so it's quicker, but it's not enough to go up from third. Across the line, and Wedasak IAME has got a 56.3. Goodness me, he's found another half second nearly compared to everybody else. That is astonishing pace from Wedasak IAME. Just incredible how he manages to bring this out of himself. Some incredible performance. And I think what he's been able to do there essentially is his chase after Tamyuk Ho. That's really helped him to find a little bit more pace. And just in front of him, he's got Ian Willock as well. So he's definitely trying to find that little bit of extra pace by chasing. And in qualifying, you tend to find that drivers will get the most out of himself by placing a kart in front of them and trying to find that little bit of extra pace. So out of the final turn comes Harith bin Zaralo. Are we going to find any more pace from the kart? He's gone second, 56.724. So good work so far. Are we going to see some improvements from the 3 men behind? Who are very close in behind. Or 56.724 from Harith bin Zaralo. There's still the improvement only on that lap. But a 57.3 from Tamyuk Ho is a second away from what Wedasak IAME has been able to produce. Ian Willock back down to third on his 56.862. So it's very close indeed between the 4 drivers that we've got in Master at least, which is great to see. There's only a second between them in terms of purest fast lap. But I think that might be all they've got. They're going to try and find a little bit more. Harith Benzarolo continues to commit to the fast lap. I wonder if any of them are going to peel off a little bit early and park it. Well, certainly not at the moment. In fact, if anything, IAME is going to try and go even quicker, but he's going to find Tam-Yuk Ho a bit of a difficult obstacle to get around while on a flying lap. Maybe he can shoot out from behind him at the final turn and then give himself a chance of a very quick lap into turn 1. Otherwise, it's pretty much going to be done and dusted as it is. A 56 treble 7 for Ian Willock. That's his best lap so far, but it's still only good enough for 3rd place. He hasn't overtaken the pace of Harith Benzarolo. So there's not much to choose between the 2 of them, but there's still a good 4/10 of a second, well, 3.5 of a second in Harith Benzarolo's case, behind Wedasak Iamchan. So all going well at the moment for the Thai, who's got 2 final victories out of the 3 finals so far. Very tricky at the moment so far, but there is Tam-Yuk Ho, 4th position, half a second back from our kart in 3rd position, Ian Willock. So Ian Willock running a very competitive race at the moment, by the look of it, 3rd position. But do not think these Masters are going to be boring when we get into it. The final last time out at LYL was absolute grandstand motorsport. Right, into the pits has come at least 1 kart. Oh, 3 of them have come in, so the only one left out there is Tam-Yuk Ho. I did think they wouldn't quite go the full distance in qualifying. Only Tam-Yuk Ho is left, so that is how it's going to be then, as Wedasak Iamchan is going to be in pole position in front of Harith Benzarolo of Malaysia, and then Ian Willock will be in 3rd position in front of Tam-Yuk Ho for the Simon Racing team. And it looks to me as though Tam-Yuk Ho has now backed off, so he's going to be coming into the pits as well. So he will not be taking his final laps across the line, so he'll come straight back into the pits and park it as well. So that is the end of the Masters category qualifying. Again, for those who were thinking, well, only 4 karts in it, that's not going to be much of a spectacle, is it? Well, we had all 3 of the drivers at the sharp end at the top spot at various points in the qualifying. So there goes Tam-Yuk Ho joining his colleagues in the pits with 2 minutes to go in the session. So those 2 minutes are going to tick down with nothing happening whatsoever. But the pole sitter will be Wedasak Iamchan, the Thai driver, who of course will now get the chance to sit back and watch the progress of young Wadapong Iamchan in the Bangsen Grand Prix as he gets underway for his first of 2 races in, I believe, just a few minutes' time. So he'll get into the pits, congratulate the team on a job well done for pole position, and then they'll turn their attentions to the monitor that they've got set up in the Top 1 Motorsport garage. They've got a monitor showing everything that's going on at the Bangsen Grand Prix, so they don't miss a moment of it. So congratulations then for pole position to Wedasak Iamchan. Harith Benzarolo is next, and then Ian Willock in front of Tam-Yuk Ho. Right, our attention now is going to turn to the senior X30 category, which again is so populous this week that it's going to be separated into 2 groups. So the first of our 2 groups of senior is going to have a big set of competitors in it this time. We're going to see some really exciting competitors in this group. Of course, we will see the 200 of Yu Gapo, the man who is fighting to become this year's champion for the Chinese Explorer chassis. The first time that an Asian chassis has ever run at this level so competitively. But boy, what a battle it's turning into in the senior category. Again, we've had 3 completely different winners across the 3 races in senior this year. Yu Gapo. And then, of course, we had the victory for Kimi Chan in round 2, and then the whirlwind victory last time around for Zariev Raikal. Goodness me, that was such an incredible final last time, where it had all the tensions and all the nerves pulsing. But the title fight is a very interesting one. Yu Gapo leads the championship on 75 points, just 4 ahead of Toby Gale, who has been so ultra consistent since the start of the year, even though there was a slight slump at round 2. And now that he's back on home turf, he lives only about 20 minutes away from this circuit here in Pattaya. So this is very much a good opportunity for him to showcase himself in his first season as a senior on home turf for the MRC racing team. His older brother Austin is in the mix as well, and is only 5th in the standings, only about 19 points away from the lead. So he still has every chance of fighting for this championship. Third in the standings behind Yukapo and Toby Gale is Kai Burke, the Australian for Birolart Racing Asia. There's at least one at the sharp end of the championship fight in all three categories. In cadet, of course, it's Jay Kostecki. In junior, it's Jack Larson. And in senior, it's Kai Burke, who's been massively consistent since his debut at the first round. Behind the top five in the championship, behind Yukapo, Toby Gale, Kai Burke, Zariev Raikal and Austin Gale, in sixth in the championship is Kimi Chan, who of course took a victory in the final at round 2 and then missed the third round of the championship. So he's 25 points back from Yukapo. He was meant to be somewhere else this weekend, but he had to cancel his plans. So now he's racing here. And he's in a bit of an unknown factor because he hasn't been able to do a lot of testing ahead of this one. Shavesh Sentil is 7th at the moment from the FR Racing Johor team, which is very impressive considering he missed round 2. Ethan Sito finally got a decent result at round 3, but because of his budget, unfortunately, he's not been able to continue the championship, at least for round 4. Hopefully he can be back for rounds 5 and 6. Mohamed Ferres Fezrel and Miguel Quiñones doing a fair job in their teams as they continue to make progress. They're in the top 10 of the standings at this moment in time as well. But there are still some amazing competitors coming into the senior category for this weekend. I haven't even really talked about this yet in terms of scratching the surface as to who's here and who's not, because there are some big names joining the foray this weekend. Two big names who are going to be well known to Asian motorsport fans who've been following the feeder series categories for the last couple of seasons as well. Fireball has got themselves two very quick ringers to compete this weekend, namely the Singaporean 20-year-old Nuris Ghafoor, who's been competing in F4 in various different categories, including in F4 India a few years ago. And the other man in the team is the 20-year-old Indian driver, Nikhil Bora, Formula Regional Middle East race winner. And of course, he is the older brother of Akshay Bora, who is doing a fine job out in Freka at the moment. So some big names competing this weekend. So for the first group, we've got an amazing array of talent from the 200 all the way down to the 232. So we'll talk about them in number order. Yukapo, the young man for PR1, 22 years of age from Hong Kong on the Explorer chassis. Its debut back in round 2 of the championship, and Yukapo is still looking for its first final victory. It's come very close, but he leads the championship after his win in round 1. Tian Runchen and Zhao Xiyan, the Muhua Motorsport teammates. Mohamed Ferres Fezrel for the DRM Racing team, who certainly coloured himself in ignominy in the third round of the championship to help his team out with some very exciting tactics in restarts, charged his way from about 8th position to 1st and gave us a really exciting final lap. But as he himself, Ferres Fezrefosi, has made it very clear, he's here to race. He's not here to make any friends. Ryan Gunavordena for the Stratos team, along with his teammate Amael Udang, as well as the third member of the Muhua Motorsport team in this group, Chen Zhuyan. And then we have, for Fireball Motorsport, Kay Sachin. For Forza Motorsport, we have Put Suntachitnruwang. Then in the 213, we have Andy Burret for CRG Thailand. The 219 of Panikorn Aramrasamy is for Top One Motorsport. You just saw a brief look at the 221 of Sutomo Nishimura, who is the oldest competitor in the senior category this weekend. 55 years of age. Absolutely incredible that he's up against all these teenagers and 20-somethings. And at 55, he still has that wherewithal, that energy and that passion to go in there in the senior category and deliberately turning his back on the Masters category. He was a winner in that last year every time he went racing, and he decided this year, look, I've still got pace. I want to put myself against the seniors. So fair play to the Japanese driver who is based in Thailand these days. Thomas George, the Indian driver for Stratos RL. Toby Gale and his brother Austin for MRC Racing, right at the top end of the championship, of course. Miguel Quiñones, the Philippines racer for the DRQ Motorsports team, or Dr. Q Motorsports as it should actually be said. Nuris Ghafoor, who we mentioned earlier on, a former F4 driver for Fireball Motorsport, had to take a leave of absence from racing due to his national service back home in Singapore, but he's back in racing again here. And then Siri Kung Siri for the Forza Motorsport team. He'll be racing there in the Birolart. So plenty of great talents in Group A. Group B drivers still to come, of course, and there's a lot of talent in that mix of drivers. The difficulty is that the groups are separated by number order, so there's quite a lot of talent in this one grid that are going to be shuffled down the deck. You've got Yukapo, you've got Mohamed Ferres Fezrel, you've got Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Nuris Gafour, Miguel Quinones, Sutomo Nishimura, big names that are all going to be going up against each other in this one. So it's going to be fascinating then to see which drivers are going to get the best of it, especially when you've got some of these local stars like Panakorn Aramrasamy and Putsun Tuchit Rungrang are going to be very quick here because they know the circuit better than the regular ringers. So out onto the circuit, we get two drivers crossing the line to start their laps. Amel Oudang and Siri Kungsiri who go out first. You tend to find that in the senior category, the drivers that go out first a few seconds after the start of the session, they will be the ones who will want a little bit of pace. Now, the senior group qualifying is separated into two groups, but again, just like the cadets, they only get 7 minutes. That's the concession for having two groups, is that yes, you can have a little bit more racetrack to play with rather than sending all 36 drivers out for 10 minutes. They'll separate them into two groups, but the two groups will be reduced to 7 minutes. That's the compromise for the drivers. They're all happy with it. They said, look, we get a clean bit of racing, a clean bit of driving for a few laps, so we're happy. And the two drivers that have ventured out onto the circuit first are Amel Oudang for Stratos and Siri Kungsiri for the Stratos team as well. Oh, sorry, for Forza Motorsport. Originally, I think they were listed as being for Stratos, but now they're actually in Forza Motorsport trim. Amel Oudang, 59.316. That's the benchmark set then as Siri Kungsiri drops back to give himself a little bit more track space and gets a 104.367. So we're going to see a lot more pace from the competitors in Senior X30 as we move forward. 4 minutes and 3/4 to go. Expect the mass of drivers to flood out for Group A any moment now. They're just allowing these two drivers to put some rubber down and set the pace initially so that there's a little bit more of a challenge from the drivers when the session gets underway. The green flag having flown at the end of the pit lane and nobody venturing out instantly. So everybody just waiting for their moment. I think they're going to wait until Amel Oudang and Siri Kungsiri go past the pit lane. And then once they do, they will venture out onto the circuit. That means they're only going to get 4 minutes out on the circuit together. But that's going to be a very hectic 4 minutes as we will get Yu, Tian, Zhao, Fozi, Gunavardhana, Chen, Sachin, Suntich Rungrang, Boret, Aramrasamy, Nishimura, George, Gale, Quinones, Gafour, and Gale again heading out onto the circuit all en masse. So the drivers have both gone past the pits. They're going to leave it very late indeed to head out onto the course by the look of things. I'm training my eyes to look at the pit exit, and there we go. The driver's now venturing out. The first one to blink is the 219 of Panakorn Aramrasamy, and that's the signal for everybody else to join in. Once they saw Yukapo leave the pits, they thought, right, now he's gone, we'll all go. And you only need to really wait for one top driver to say, I've had enough of waiting, I'm going to get out onto the circuit and we'll all go together. Why have they waited such a long time, you might be thinking? Well, it's a very hot day, it's a very hot circuit, so you know that the tyres are only going to give you 2 or 3 flying laps at the most. So why spend 7 minutes flat out there when you can look after your tyres and give the most out of it in the closing stages of your run? So a very interesting start to proceedings then as the competitors running very competitively. So just looking forward to the rest of the races. Just to correct a statement I made earlier on, I do apologise to Ethan Cito, who was telling us that the reason he couldn't actually commit to the second half of the season is because he's actually focusing on his studies. Karting is a hobby for him rather than a profession, and he wants to focus on his business studies. He's got a very big future in the world of commerce, so he would love to commit to the second half of the season, or certainly to round 4, but his studies have to take prime focus. He's a very talented young racer in karting, up against a lot of the drivers who are obviously hoping to pursue this as a profession. For him, karting is very much a hobby that he wants to pursue to its absolute full, but his studies are a very high priority to him, so it's not budgetary, it is actually educational reasons. It is academia that is keeping Ethan Cito from the mark. I do apologise to Ethan for making it seem like he doesn't have the funds to go racing. He does, he just also has a very big priority on his education and his studies. So apologies to Ethan Cito for insinuating anything other than full commitment. So still the competitors running in close proximity. City King City has a 55.352, but now we're going to get to see some big times thrown down as Yukapo has already done a 55.8. So already in position as they continue to move their way further forward. Toby Gale's done a 55.4 to set the ball rolling. Austin Gale with a 55.6. Panakorn Adam Rasimi is up the mix there as well, third position on a 55.515. But it's certainly the 55s that are the times to currently throw down and beat. So City King City currently has the position up at the sharp end. Something is not quite right with our graphic there. I do apologise, but there's definitely a few transgressions with our graphics on the timing screen. For some reason, it's not really showing up correctly. But what I can tell you is that Panakorn Adam Rasimi has now gone top spot with a 55.089. Toby Gale up to third in front of Yukapo and Austin Gale, who goes up to P5 in front of Tianwen Chen, Mohamed Faraz Fezalfozi, Chen Jiyan, Nuris Kapoor and Zhao Shiyan. So a lot of shuffles of the deck as Sutomo Nishimura has gone on 55.836. Toby Gale and Austin Gale, second and third. So the two brothers very close together there and very close to the top spot left by Panakorn Adam Rasimi, the 2.19. As the drivers are still continuing to try and find that little bit of extra pace. They've only got 10 seconds left of the session, so this is the flying lap that's got to count. So they've really got to come up with something strong, and Panakorn Adam Rasimi is going to be the first one to see the checkered flag on his on his kart Republic, I should say. He was very quick over the course of the sessions. He's now going to come through and take the checkered flag. So can Panakorn Adam Rasimi go even quicker than a 55.089? He can. 55.043. That lays down the gauntlet for everybody else. What can Yukapo do? It's not good enough. It's only fifth for Yukapo. Nuris Kapoor comes through in the top 10. And he's just been displaced by 3-4 drivers in a row there. Goodness me. Make that nearly 5. So very close to the end there, but Toby Gale and Austin Gale second and third. City King Series gone fourth with the final run. Mohamed Faraz Fezalfozi has just gone quicker than Yukapo as well. So there's going to be a lot of long faces at the PR1 team, I imagine. But Panakorn Adam Rasimi, so quick yesterday, so quick today, has got himself provisional pole position with a 55.043. So for the moment, that is the quickest group, but we've still got another run to go. As City King City, Amal Udang and Kay Sachin had already parked their carts in the garage, in the holding area, I should say, a little further on. Although it looks like Amal Udang, I think, is going to complete his lap here. It's the 2.11 actually that's going to complete the lap. That is Putsuntitrit Rungrang. Now, he's already crossed the line. So I don't know why he's completed the line a second time, but he's come through again. That could get him in trouble, actually, because he's obviously crossed the line already once to see the checkered flag. He must not have seen it, but it's fairly close to the driver's head, so I don't quite know why he wouldn't have seen it. He's gone through the line twice. But anyway, Panakorn Adam Rasimi then has provisional pole position here with the best time of a 55.043. So that is the gauntlet thrown down then by Panakorn Adam Rasimi of the Top 1 Motorsport team to go top spot. I was having a great chat with him yesterday. He's really confident coming into this second half of the championship, and certainly looking very bold and very strong over the practice sessions yesterday and today. So let's see if that time is going to stand. 55.043 for Panakorn Adam Rasimi. Now we've got the second group of drivers in time trial Group B, and there are some really decent names in this group as well, led by the 235, the Indian talent Nikhil Bora for the Fireball Motorsport team, along with Alvin Tian for Dark Solar Racing team, Ayan Marwa for Auto Inc. Clifford Kanjanapas is back for the DRM Racing team, along with Megat Zulkarnain for FR Racing Johor, Zachary Boyce of Stratos, the DRM Racing teammates Mark Yao and Zariev Raikal, the winner of round 3. And then we have Nawin Natipanon for Mr. Go-Kart, the DRM Racing teammates Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Kimi Chan. And then we have Didi Tser back into the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock for the first time since the season finale last year, after she's been focusing on her studies. Great to see her back in the paddock once again for the Auto Inc. race team. Karin Kawa, the other lady in this particular group for the 29R race team. Good to see her continuing her journey as she prepares to race in the Champions of the Future Academy a little bit later this season. Then Kai Burke for the Birol Art Racing Asia team. He is one of the top drivers in this category. and certainly the highest ranked driver in the championship in this group. Then Shavash Sentil, Melvin Shane, Cooper Fish and Yohanatan Mush to finish off the field. So with all the drivers gearing up ready, there is Kai Burke for the Birla Racing Asia team. The 15-year-old from Bundaberg in Queensland, hoping to become a champion at the end of this year. There's Megat Zulkarnain, another one of the top talents in this senior category, just getting into senior for the first time at the age of 14 from Johor in Malaysia. There's some really, really strong talents in this field. Senior X30 has become such a plethora of skill. Last year, we were struggling to hit a dozen on occasions. Now, we're at full capacity pretty much, which is wonderful to see how things have changed in a year as the Senior X30 drivers have stormed into competition en masse. And there's still a whole host of drivers, don't forget, that are not here this weekend that could well have been. So a big shout out to Abian Sena Prabowo, to Ben Nguyen, Daniel Jagi, Ethan Sito, Issa Mod Fawad, Jaden Pope, who is actually here this weekend but not racing, Jiggy Javier, Laksh Manish Bafna, Michael Koh, Mohammed Hasif, Putera Adam, Seth Oraya Waldron, and of course, Warapong Ayam Chan, who is not here this weekend. He's down the road in Bang Sen, racing in the F4 Southeast Asia Championship, and his teammate Ayrton Asdathorn put his car into pole position for the first race. So we wish them all the best of luck on home turf. So the 3-minute board goes up and the fight for pole position in Senior X30 continues. This is going to be the last of our time trials before we get ourselves into the mix for racing. There's going to be a short pause after this where we will obviously give the drivers the chance to gear themselves up. I might even go and have a wander and see if I can find our pole position sitters in each of the classes to see if we can have a chat about how qualifying has gone. Maybe talk to a few of the drivers who just missed out on pole position for whatever reason. We'll certainly see how things progress through the stages. But it's definitely been a very exciting run so far from the contenders in each of the categories. But pole position has been laid down in Senior Group A by Panakorn Adamrasamy of the Top One Motorsport team. 55.043. That is the time everyone in Time Trial Group B will be hoping to beat. And this is, of course, the first of our time trial, the last of our time trials, sorry, before we have our 1-hour lunch break. Then we will get the True Visions out on circuit for the second time. They'll have 4 practice sessions over the course of the day. And then, of course, we'll have the heats for Junior, Cadet and Cadet Rookie, Master and Senior. So much great racing to come over the course of the remaining hours of the day before we wrap up proceedings here at Birakat this afternoon at 5:30. So 5:30 p.m. is when we will conclude race proceedings. But we've got 3 time trials, 1 time trial for Senior Group B before that. Our lunch break will be 1 hour after this. And then we will have the True Visions Cadet B come out 3 times. And then there'll be 2 races for Junior, Cadet and Cadet Rookie, Master and Senior. A very busy day at the office indeed, that is for sure. And so in Senior Time Trial Group B, it is time to see if anybody can match the pace of Panakorn Adamrasamy, who set a 55.043 in the earlier group. That is a very quick time indeed, just quicker than the Gale brothers, Toby and Austin. So who is going to get the job done then in Senior Time Trial Group B? Will it be Nikhil Bora, Alvin Tian, Ayan Marwa, Clifford Kanjanapas, Megat Zulkarnain, Zachary Boyce, Mark Yao, Zari of Raikal, Nawin Natapanon, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Kimi Chan, Didi Tse, Karin Kaur, Kai Burke, Shavish Sentil, Melvin Shane, Cooper Fish, or Yohanatan Mush. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to get the job done. 7 minutes on the clock, of course, because the compromise of giving the senior drivers 2 separate groups for qualifying is that the running will reduce from 10 minutes down to 7. Everybody seems happy with that because they've got a much more free race circuit. It's a lot less congested than having all 36 guys out together, and there's already been a couple of drivers getting the command to go, so straight out onto the course. 3 drivers decide to take the moment to move forward immediately. That is Cooper Fish, Megat Zulkarnain and Kai Burke. Kai Burke has gone out early. Goodness me, I was not expecting Kai Burke to be one of the first drivers out on track. It looks like pretty much everybody then is going to venture out early. Zachary Boyce, Nikhil Bora and Alvin Tian have also ventured out fairly early onto the course. But I was not expecting Kai Burke to go out fairly early. Now, that's the man who's third in the championship, don't forget. But everybody else is waiting. 2 more venture out onto the course. And they've brought everybody else out together. So a very early start to the session then, compared to what we've been used to. So very unusual. But the appearance of Kai Burke on track from Birla Asia as early as the first 15 seconds of the session has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner into the works, I think, for a few drivers. So now pretty much everybody has gone out onto the course except for Karin Kawa, who is just waiting a little bit longer. Well, Kai Burke has gone straight up to a 58.421. That's the banker lap. But the lap time to beat, of course, is that of Panakorn Adamasamy of a 55.043. 5.5 minutes left of the session. Kai Burke in front of Cooper Fish, then Zachary Boyce, Megad Zulkarnain, and Nikhil Bora of the Fireball Motorsport team, ahead of Alvin Tian and Ayan Marwa. Waiting to see what Kimi Chan and Clifford Kanjanapis can do for the DRM racing team. They're going to come through together out on the circuit. Didi Tse is in the mix there as well, on the DAP chassis, looking very cool indeed in DAP colours. 2:43, that is Megad Zulkarnain, currently running in 9th on the times, as Nawin Natapanon goes top, 58.011. But they're still 3 seconds away from the raw pace they've got to find if they want to go pole position. So this is just the banker laps that we're discussing here, as Karin Kawa has now joined in. But Nawin Natapanon has set the initial pace as Kai Burke gets a 55.1, so they're very close indeed to the mark. Kai Burke is just 1/10 away from pole position. Got to try and find a little bit more. But if anyone can go quicker than Kai Burke, then Group B is going to go quicker than Group A. The time to beat is Panakorn Adamrassi's mark of a 55.043. And Kai Burke has already laid down the gauntlet in front of Cooper Fish, Nikhil Bora, Zachary Boyce and Megad Zulkarnain. We've still not really seen anything yet from Kimi Chan. Now he's gone second though. Kanjanapis in front of Didi Tse. Another great run there from Didi Tse, 55.559. As Zariev Raikal goes in a second on a 55.380. But what can Kai Burke do? He's absolutely charging his way around the course. If he can find a 1/10 of a second, he will go to overall pole position. Out of the final turn. He's looking quick. It looks really quick as he comes through. Has he done it? 54.986 from Kai Burke. Magnificent lap from the Australian. Kai Burke goes top. That means that the time trial Group B is the quickest of the 2 groups, and it's a monstrous lap from Kai Burke. Yellow flags, yellow flags. We've got a kart stationary out on the course. I think it's his teammate. I think it's Cooper Fish who's come to a stop there on the penultimate turn. So Cooper Fish does not appear to be going anywhere. That's very unfortunate indeed for Cooper Fish. You can see the yellow flags on your screen, and we're going to pass the scene of the accident here. It's not really an accident, it's more of a part. There it is. So Cooper Fish in serious trouble, getting out of the car, shaking his head in disbelief. And it looks to me as though that's all gone wrong then for Cooper Fish, who does not get another lap time in. So big disaster for Cooper Fish, who is not going to get a decent qualifying lap under his belt. A 55.796 is nothing like what he can do. Kimi Chan's gone quicker, 54.997. And Didi Tse, 55.062. What a run from the fast lady from Singapore. Amazing work from Didi Tse. Right up at the sharp end. She's been out of the seat for 3 rounds, comes straight back in here at Pattaya, and she's P3. Amazing. And 4th quickest overall, just a whisker off Panakorn Adamasamy. So Didi Tse is up for the victory this weekend. Kimi Chan now goes top. 54.945 from the young man from Hong Kong. Kimi Chan goes top. Excellent work. And Zariev Raikal goes into 2nd place. Goodness me, they are really chopping and changing at the top end. So Kimi Chan in pole from Zariev Raikal, then Kai Burke, then Didi Tse. And Shavish Sentil has gone up into P5 on a 55.075. Then for Kanjanapis, P6 from Nawin Natapanon, then Ayan Marwa, Karin Kawa and Nikhil Bora. Then it's Yohanatan Mosh, Zachary Boyce, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Megad Zulkarnain, Cooper Fish, unfortunately off the road after a mechanical breakdown, and then Mark Yao, Melvin Shane and Alvin Tian. There is Zariev Raikal, the man who took victory in round 3 on his home turf in Malaysia. And he looks good for another run here. 2nd position for Zariev Raikal. This is going to be a fascinating round for him. Just 24 thousandths of a second slower than his teammate Kimi Chan, who told me he wasn't really sure how he was looking after practice this morning. I asked him about his chances during the driver's briefing. He said, I don't think we've got much here. Rubbish. He's currently pole position. Kimi Chan looking so quick. Zadia Raikal second, Kai Burke third from Didi Tsur, Shavish Sentil and Clifford Kanjanapis as Kai Burke bounces back into second place. 54.962 from the Australian, 17 thousandths of a second slower than Kimi Chan. Can he find 18 thousandths? Still got a minute to go. There is a very unhappy Cooper Fish. Not where he wanted to be at all. The Australian parking it after just 2 laps, and that drops him all the way to 15th in the session. Could have been a lot quicker. There's Zadia Raikal, the Malaysian, now third. Again, our graphic is not really updating as it should be. Not entirely sure what's happening to it, but I think it needs to be reset. So Kimi Chan, Kai Burke, Zadia Raikal and Didi Tsur from Shavish Sentil and Clifford Kanjanapis. Then Nawin Natipanon, Ayan Marwa, Karim Kar and Nikhil Bora. A great run so far, but you've got to go all the way back to 15th place to find a second between the competitors. It's incredible to think that Cooper Fish is 0.8 of a second off Kimi Chan's pace, and he only did 2 laps. That's astonishing. So Kimi Chan, Kai Burke and Zadia Raikal is your top 3. Then Didi Tsur, Shavish Sentil and Clifford Kanjanapis. Then Nawin Natipanon and Ayan Marwa. And look, they're all coming in, essentially. The checkered flag is flying, and it's going to see the 2.36 of Alvin Tian cross the line. Pretty much everybody else is going to pit in early, having done the most that their kart can do. But Kai Burke did find a 54.962 at the end. Across the line goes Nawin Natipanon. He does not find an improvement. So Kimi Chan for DRM gets pole position in Senior X30 with a 54.945. Very good run indeed from Kimi Chan in front of Kai Burke, Zadia Raikal, Didi Tsur and Shavish Sentil. And great news for anybody in Group B. They'll be starting the qualifying heats from the inside line rather than the outside line. So that is great news for the contenders in time trial Group B. For those in time trial Group A, their heart just sank, particularly Panakorn and Rasami, who's going to be starting on the front row of the grid on the outside of the front row. That is a very difficult place to be going into turn 1. Hopefully it won't be too difficult. He'll be able to work his way further forward. But that's all she wrote then in the time trials. We've had some really exciting battles all the way. We're going to take our break. When we come back, it'll be time for race action here at Bira Kart in the 4th round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025.
Ready for action. No, we go racing. But still all good for the moment. This is not going to be easy to finish off. And he's got there. Great start from Ethan Cito. That's exactly what he needed off the start. And we go green flags in the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through in one piece? Pushing through turn 1. Not a good start for Karim Kar at all. She's dropping backwards through the field like a stone through water. This is not going to be easy to finish off. Oh, Benjamin! Oh, takes the checkered flag.
qualified P7. Pretty damn good. You are top run.
Welcome back to Bira Kart Circuit here in Pattaya in Thailand, the land of smiles. Fourth round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025. It's been a very competitive time trials in each of the four categories across Cadet, Junior, Master and Senior. Very interesting to see how it's going to go, and I'm just feeling potentially the first spots of rain, which is very interesting. I wonder if that's actually going to develop into something over the course of the afternoon. There's certainly a lot of cloud cover, particularly coming over from this side up towards the shore, coming over this way. So that could be very interesting if it starts to develop into proper precipitation later on. One thing I can tell you going into these races is that everything pretty much has been thrown into the doldrums. A lot of the previous form has been shaken up a little bit. The championship contenders pretty much across all of the different categories are having a bit of a tough time of it, except for Wedasak Ayamchan in the Masters. It's pretty much the same as it was for him, but there's been all sorts of difficulties for the other drivers across Cadet, Senior and Junior. They've all pretty much found themselves on the back foot. They're getting themselves ready for the first of the races. What we can update you with is that the two fastest drivers from the senior time trials in Group A, it was Panakon Yaranamasari. In Group B, it was Kimi Chan, despite him telling me in the driver's briefing they had no idea whether they were going to have any pace or not. Well, Kimi Chan is Kimi Chan. He's always going to have a little bit of pace. In Junior, it was very much the one-way traffic for Andrea Galimberti coming to Thailand for the first time and putting himself up on the sharp end of the grid. Interestingly enough, in the Cadet categories, it was Vejabuti, Chanavat Vejabuti that got the top time in one of the groups. In the other group, it was Liban Lewis Kanan, who has never been on pole position before. So that'll be fascinating to see what he can make of it. We've got some fantastic personalities up and down this grid, so we're going to walk around and see who we can have a chat to just before we get ourselves into the nitty-gritty of racing. The True Vision's SKT drivers, are just doing their thing out and about. So obviously important to see what everybody's looking forward to as they move forward with things. Over into the Birolart Asia, we've got a bit of a celebrity in our midst. Mr. Birolart himself is here, Mr. Ronnie Sala. Ronnie, welcome to Thailand. How are you, sir?
Thank you. Very good, very good. I'm very happy to be there and seeing, our karting goers in Thailand.
Now, watching how things have progressed in 2025, right from the start of the season, when the Birolart Asia concept coming here and really putting on a show from Patrizi course, it's really grown very quickly.
Yeah, we are working on to, try to grow in the market, promoting the brand, and with Michael together, we will do a good job. Even with Andrea Turisco and these two, their two drivers, they will help us to showing how good is the material, and hopefully we can grow for the next few years.
So considering how much success you guys have had in Europe and across the United States, looking at how quickly things have come in for you guys in Asia, just how impressed are you at how quickly things have developed with this team and with the drivers that you put on the grid?
Yeah, sure. The material is working very well, and with a good organization and good driver, we can easily show how good we are, and we are really hope that we can take other teams and driver and, give them the feeling that the product is right to win the race.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. Make sure you have some mugatal, some shabu before you go home. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure when someone of the caliber of Ronnie Sala is in the grid. Of course, he is Mr. Birolart. So it's going to be fascinating to see what will happen for the Birolart Asia team. There's definitely some potential. Don't trip over the trolleys. It's not a good idea. So we're going to continue with the look around the paddock. There's some very interesting dynamics here. I talked about the drivers that have got up to the top end. What I didn't tell you about is the drivers that haven't. A lot of the championship contenders, that in junior and in senior, have all really struggled to get up to the top end. Very difficult indeed for them in themselves competitive position. I've actually found that a lot of the drivers have been struggling, whether it's with tire grip, whether it's with strong pace. One or two of the drivers even had brake fluid issues going into time trial qualifying. So it's been very difficult to gauge who's quick and who's not. One thing is for sure, the sun is coming out here the temperature is rising, but there is still that ominous threat of potential rain. So it's going to be unpredictable. That's the way we like it in Bira. And this afternoon is going to be full of unpredictability. We'll be right back with the first of our heats. So with our contenders just finishing off their second time trial in the True Visions SKT, they're just finishing things off with the IAME Thailand. These are the young kids from Superkart Thailand, the promotional team that looks after things in IAME Thailand, and they're working in conglomeration with Connects that looks after IAME Series Asia. But there's some great battles to come. It's going to be very interesting to see how the competitors are able to put on as they move their way around the course in the first of our qualifying heats. As soon as the SKT session will be concluded, we'll get ourselves under starters orders. So the 3-minute board goes up in the air then, ready for the start of the junior competition. It's been a very exciting time trial from them. Andrea Galimberti topping the timesheets in front of Sera Kojima, then Danish Chen and Max Tse, ahead of Gu Haotian and Aryan Singh from Conrad Garrow and Nadal Imjit Panya. Jack Larson in 9th place from Leonardo Mori, Kian Shah, Michael Lederer, Chris Kasemsop, then Santok Singh, Zhu Kashin and Tianarit Janajatupat completing the 16-driver field. Hopefully there's going to be a few more of our regular competitors joining in from the last couple of races of the season. But great to see all of the juniors in good spirits as we get ourselves under starters' orders for the weekend. It's going to be a very competitive battle to the first corner, that's for sure, with Galimberti in pole position, hoping to continue that fantastic form that he has been using over the last 3 weekends. Good to see him really starting to pick up the pace as well with the DRM team, giving this Italian a big opportunity to continue pushing for a championship run. It's been very competitive indeed in the junior category, but the championship leader coming into this weekend, of course, is young Conrad Garrow of Singapore, who has a 87-point score. 77 points is Danish Chen, so 10 points back from the Singaporean. Jack Larson is on 75, and the rest of the field are in the 40s. Leonardo Mori in front of Sera Kojima and Andrea Galimberti. Of course, Galimberti wasn't there for the first round of the championship, which puts him a very impressive 6th position in the championship. If he can get another win under his belt, then anything is possible for the Italian. 1-minute board goes up and the pit lane is opened, and so the drivers will get their chance to charge their way forward. 12 laps of the course in the junior category for them to battle away, and we'll see just how important this race becomes in the wider scale of things for the weekend. Certainly some good opportunities for the 3 race winners coming into this round of the championship. Andrea Galimberti, Danish Chen and Conrad Garrow, who will all start on the inside line after a very strong qualifying. But there are a few drivers out there in the junior category who want to make a real work of things. But with 12 laps on the board and a very competitive race circuit to play with, this could be a real eye-opener for every driver out there. The 15-second board goes up, so they know they're about to be called out. And to the left of your picture then is Andrea Galimberti. To the right is Sera Kojima, the Japanese-Filipino lady racer. It'll be fantastic to see how they all get under starters' orders. So the green flag flies and the drivers head out onto the circuit for their formation lap around the Bira International Kart Circuit. Named after Prince Bira, the first ever Formula One driver from Thailand back in the 1950s. So the drivers work their way around the course then, and we talk our way through the starting grid. In juniors, for the first of our qualifying heats, it's Andrea Galimberti and Sera Kojima that line up on the front row of the starting grid. Then Danish Chen and Max Tse on the second row. Gu Haotian is alongside Aryan Singh from South Africa. And then we have Conrad Garrow and Nadal Imjit Panya in the next run. Jack Larson and Leonardo Mori will round out the top 10, despite being 3rd and 4th in the championship. Then it's Kian Shah and Michael Lederer, now racing for Auto Inc. And Chris Kasemsop and Santok Singh for CRG Thailand. The Malaysian is ahead of Zhu Kashin and Tianarit Janajatupat. So 16 drivers ready to charge their way forward, hoping for a very good start as they work their way up to the first corner. It's going to be a very interesting one. Andrea Galimberti to the inside line. Sera Kojima in 2nd position. They will come off the final turn. We'll wait for the lights to go out and we'll go racing. First time I'm asking. No, we won't. It is not a start. So a false start then. Yellow flags around the course and none of the drivers will be racing. So they will have to form up their positions once again. So the lights did not go out. So we will form up the grid once again. So looks to me as though already the race director being very clear about how these races are going to be started. So the drivers will go around again, ready for a clean start. But there are yellow flags in the air. So it's up to Andrea Galimberti, of course, to slow the pace of the field right down, ready for the start of racing. So he needs to control the pace here. So obviously it's important that the drivers run 2 by 2, and now Andrea Galimberti is going to back them up. But obviously, it's a very late decision from Galimberti to run the field 2 by 2 again. So are they all going to make it into their original grid positions? That was a very late call, it has to be said. So it's going to be a little bit lackadaisical, but they are going to be in their 2 rows, so that's just about okay. And hopefully the drivers will now run to fruition as they run through. It's going to be a very close run thing. Galimberti, pole position. Kojima second. Then Chen, Sir, Gu, Singh, Garo and Imjit Panya. This time the lights go out. We are on the starter's orders, and it's a great start from Andrea Galimberti into turn one. Straight through into second place goes Danish Chen. Seda Kojima only down to third position. One car held up at the back there. It looks like one of the fireballs, I think. So that is going to be a big problem, I'm afraid, then, for one of the drivers in the field. But Galimberti has taken a very early stance on this lead of the race. So very exciting stuff then from Galimberti. But it's Danish Chen who's got into second position after a great start. Third position for the hard-charging Seda Kojima. So it's been a fantastic situation for all of the contenders as they continue to battle away in close proximity. It's going to be an interesting one as they run in close proximity on this first lap. So a very exciting run for all of the drivers there. Up in the inside run as the drivers work their way through. It's going to be a fascinating charge off the line as they come through at the end of the lap. Galimberti is your leader, Chen in second place, then Kojima in third position in front of Gu, Garo, Imjit Panya and Jack Larson. It was Max Tser who ended up at the back of the field. Let's have another look at the start. That's what happened. Max Tser got pitched into a spin at turn one. Big disaster for the man from Hong Kong, and he's absolutely furious as what happened there. So Max Tser having a big moment there in turn one. Very angry, and obviously now running at the back of the field, trying to catch up to the rest of the competitors. But it's going to be really interesting to see what is going on as Andrea Galimberti leads the way from Danish Chen. Then it is Seda Kojima in front of Gu Houtian and Conrad Garo, Nadal Imjit Panya, Jack Larson, and then it is Kian Shah in front of Leonardo Mori, and then it is Chris Kasemtsuk. So Seda Kojima already starting to put pressure on the man in second place, Danish Chen, as they go off the final turn. Conrad Garo now into fourth position, having got ahead of the 106 of Gu Houtian. Galimberti letting the back end drift slightly through turn three as he runs very close to the edge of the curb there, just letting the car get himself into a good position. But Seda Kojima still having a very decent run of it as they continue to run in close proximity. But Galimberti having a very decent run out in the lead of the race. Danish Chen, second place. Third is Seda Kojima. Fourth is Conrad Garo, dropping the rest of the field, these four. Then it is Gu Houtian, the Chinese driver, in front of Nadal Imjit Panya, who is certainly starting to put pressure on Gu. Seda Kojima had to think about second place there on the inside of Danish Chen and hasn't really been able to do anything with it just yet, or has elected not to, is possibly the better argument, because she fancies the chance of a victory here. So if she works with Danish Chen, they might be able to close up on Galimberti. Galimberti nosy, checks over the shoulder. Kojima on the inside line into second place. Goes the Japanese Filipino. No worries at all there into second position for Seda Kojima. Very nicely handled as now Conrad Garo is trying to get him move on his countrymen. The two Singaporeans, Danish Chen and Conrad Garo, having a sensational duel for position. Is that going to be enough for Garo to storm through on the inside in the Mickey Mouse, as the drivers call it? This is the Mickey Mouse section of the course right up at the top end. So they'll skate off those hairpin corners up the top end. It's still Galimberti from Kojima, then Chen, Garo, Gu, and then in sixth place it is Imjit Panya. Still some good battling further back as Jack Larson has worked his way up into seventh position in front of Leonardo Mori. So those two have been making good progress, although now Leonardo Mori is in front actually, so Mori has got back into seventh position. Conrad Garo has got a chance here on Danish Chen, but really worked really to try and close back up to Seda Kojima and have a crack at second place. So the two cars to the back end of the field at the moment, the 133 and the 154, that is the two involved in that, Max Tser and Tianarajana Jatupat. So problems then for those two. And on the inside, Garo had to think about Danish Chen, has to bail out of the move halfway through the apex radius there. Thought about the move, had to come back off the power. So Conrad Garo still hunting down the move here in third position. Danish Chen looking very hungry through the hairpin. Trying to get something done here in the next left-hander. Late on the brakes from Conrad Garo, but he can certainly get himself back into a good position as he looks for a move on the final turn. Will he dive in on Chen? Well, Chen is not leaving him a lot of room. But Sarah Kojima has caught right up to Andrea Galimberti now. So Kojima has a chance to go for the race leader as Garrow is all over Danish Chen. So Danish Chen still having a decent race of it in third position, but Garrow's going to look for the move on the inside line, and he'll take the place. Conrad Garrow into third position, the championship leader back into the top three in the first time in this race. Not a lot Danish Chen can do in response just yet, but he's certainly having a think about it. But it's more important what's going on in the lead, because Sarah Kojima is now right behind Andrea Galimberti. So Kojima with a chance to steal Galimberti's advantage away. They go through the far side of the course with 7 laps to go here, and Sarah Kojima really putting Galimberti under massive pressure into the hairpin. Left-hander at the end of the lap. Back straight, up towards the final corner. Sarah Kojima putting a massive amount of tension on the driving stance of Andrea Galimberti. She looks a lot smoother off the turn as well. Galimberti having to work hard to get away from the Filipino. So Sarah Kojima still doing a fine job at the moment. Working very hard here to work our way forward. Still 4 laps to go, well 6 laps to go I should say in this one. So the battles are very intense as Kojima slides around here behind the race leader Galimberti. Kojima making the Italian do all the hard work through the Mickey Mouse section. It's still Galimberti from Kojima, then Garrow, Chen, Gu, Imjit Panya, Mori and Larson. Kian Shah is 9th in front of Chris Kazemsop. And then it is Michael Lederer, 11th position at the moment. Still trying to work the cart a little bit faster as they run through. So very exciting stuff at the moment as the competitors still give us plenty of impressive runs. Galimberti's trying to get away from Kojima at this point. Imjit Panya is trying to put Gu Kautia under some pressure as well. Going on further down the order as well as the 101 is trying to make progress there. That is Zhuka Shin, but he's got Santok Singh all over the back of him. So back to the leaders again, and Sarah Kojima all over the tail of Andrea Galimberti. So they work their way through the Mickey Mouse section in through the left, back on the power, and trying to get a little bit more rhythm through that hairpin turn as Galimberti in front of Sarah Kojima. Kojima looking strong on the back straight as they head to the hairpin through the left-hander. Kojima not close enough yet to throw it up the inside of Andrea Galimberti. Looking for a little bit more opposition as they come up towards the last corner. Past the paddock. And Kojima a lot closer to Galimberti than in previous laps. This could be a chance now for Kojima. She's going to have to strain either turn one. She'll stay present to behind Galimberti on the parallel. Sarah Kojima still staying very closely behind Andrea Galimberti, who checks over his right shoulder. I wouldn't do that too often if I were you, Andrea. That lets Sarah Kojima know that you're vulnerable. Up to the Mickey Mouse section through the right-hander. Close to the white line on the radius of the corner, then in through the right. Looping through the Mickey Mouse section, up to the left-hand side. Back on the power again. Kojima just looks so much smoother than Galimberti, but Galimberti has the rhythm. That's the thing that's helping him out. So he's got good rhythm here, even though the back end of the cart is starting to travel a little bit, but Kojima's got fired up. She's not going to throw it up the inside yet. It's far too early in the race for that. Still needs a couple of laps to go, really, before you can start making those kind of gambles. But Sarah Kojima, who's been threatening to take a race win all season, be it in the heat or in the final, has been very quick indeed here out of the box and looks like she's got what it takes to take on Andrea Galimberti. Conrad Garrow doing a very steady job in third position as the championship leader, and here goes Kojima on the inside line, and she takes the lead from Andrea Galimberti. Sarah Kojima hits the front for the first time in 2025. Excellent run from the Filipino youngster, Sarah Kojima, doing a great job. So Galimberti now has to respond. And Sarah Kojima, who is the Filipino-Japanese racer, doing a sensational job here for Front Row 7 Racing & Co. Excellent work, but Galimberti is right back on her, so Galimberti is obviously going to want to try and get straight back on the inside, which he does. Kojima's got to be careful on the exit. She tried to get the switcheroo on Galimberti, but Galimberti holds the presence. Nicely done there from the Italian to get back into the lead once more. So now they're going to have 2 laps to go, and the more they battle, the closer Conrad Garrow gets. Galimberti defending to the inside line. Kojima is held up, but she can tighten back on the radius, and this is perfect for Conrad Garrow. He can close up on both of them. Galimberti defending like crazy, Kojima's through! Now, can she tighten the radius on the exit? Galimberti is determined to not let her get ahead, and she's through regardless. Sarah Kojima takes the lead. So now Kojima's got to try and fend off from Galimberti, but now Conrad Garro is all over the back of the Italian. So Conrad Garro has been perfect in this race so far, looking after the tyres, getting himself back into the rhythm, and when these two start battling, he's got a great Tony kart under his right foot. So now Galimberti getting close, but Garro's getting closer still. Can Conrad Garro upset the balance here? As Danish Chen, meanwhile, falls into the clutches of Guhao Tian and Nada Limjit Panya as Leonardo Mori dives in on Imjit Panya in the final hairpin and picks up 6th position. Last lap. So can Galimberti get back on terms with Kojima, or is Conrad Garro going to spoil the party? The Filipino, the Italian, and the Singaporean. Galimberti having to defend to cover Garro. Garro is there trying to work his way forward into 2nd position. And I think Sarah Kojima may have this one. This is all going to come down to Galimberti and how he deals with Conrad Garro, who is really ramping up the tempo here. Through the left-hander of the Mickey Mouse. It's going to be very tight all the way round to the far side of the hairpin. Sarah Kojima, Andrea Galimberti, and Conrad Garro. They're going to work in unison as they go through the hairpin. But Kojima has enough daylight between her and Galimberti. I think it's going to go her way. But can Conrad Garro snatch something from this last couple of corners? It's going to be tight, but it's been maturity and intelligence that's won this race. It's going to be Sarah Kojima for the first time in 2025. What a victory for Sarah Kojima, the first lady to take a victory in the 2025 season. Magnificent run from Sarah Kojima. Brilliant drive from the Filipino. Excellent, very mature, very well read, and smooth as a dandy. Magnificent from Sarah Kojima. Beautifully executed against Andrea Galimberti and Conrad Garro. And now Sarah Kojima is favourite to become the 4th different winner of a final in 2025. It may only be race 1, but if that's the kind of pace she's got from 2nd on the grid, then maybe, just maybe, we could see our first female winner of 2025. So she takes the win in Heat 1, but of course there's Heat 2, the Super Final, and the Final still to come this weekend. But great work from Kojima ahead of Galimberti and the ever-present Conrad Garro. 4th position for Danish Chen in front of Leonardo Mori, who fought beautifully in the closing stages to get up into 5th position. Gu Haotian in front of Nada Limjit Panya and Jack Larson. Then Kian Shah and Michael Lederer in front of Chris Kasumsop, Aryan Singh, and then next up in the mix, a very impressive run there from Santok Singh. So excellent work all the way through. Very unfortunate for Aryan Singh, who started P6 and just ended up tumbling down the order. Very unfortunate indeed. But what a start to the weekend from Sarah Kojima. Absolutely brilliant from her to take her first win of the season in the Infinity IAME Series Asia Paddock. It may only be a heat win, but from small acorns, mighty oaks will grow. And it's a very strong start indeed. Next battle, it's going to be Cadet and Rookie that's next in the mix. And it's going to be very interesting indeed to see who gets the most of things here, as the competitors are running in close proximity. Ready for the start of this one. It's been a very competitive weekend so far, it has to be said. A lot of drivers here wanting to showcase some great speed in the first part of the competition. But obviously a lot of drivers very clear about how tricky it's going to get from this moment on. The drivers are ready for a very exciting challenge out on the course. And everybody, of course, knowing that this is going to be ultra competitive for the racers that we have in front of us. We can see a lot of big challenges coming, I'm sure. So now all of the competitors getting themselves geared up. Liban Lewis Kanan and Chinapat Vejabuti, the two fastest drivers from the cadet groups earlier on. Hirot Sert and Poshkong Chol. And then it is going to be the very talented and very impressive so far this weekend, the incredibly fast out of the blocks Putapong Wangnapachan in 5th place from Tarawara at Vejabuti. And then Nutsarong Wangwastanakal in 7th from Jake Kostecki in 8th. Liu Yuxuan is 9th. And then Sritapat Tirapratara Bowang in 10th position, after what's already been a very strange weekend so far for the cadets. Very much out of the positions we're used to seeing them. Chayakon Minakaneth is 11th alongside Patapol Kauganjaraset. Mason Kwong only 13th on the grid for this one, alongside the very talented lady driver Surachak Angbanoi. And then Oliver Tsur is only in 15th alongside Papazathorn Silababandang. Then Kaylin Delcy and Jun Karato, and then Zhang Yisheng and Max Schilling. So here are the drivers then on the starting grid as they make their way out for a formation start, and it really is going to be a very competitive race indeed in the cadet category. Liban Lewis Kanan and Chinapat Vejabuti, and then Hirot Sir and Poshkong Chol. Putapong Wanapancharan. I'll try that again, shall I? Putapong Wangapachan. And then it is Tanawara at Vejabuti, Nutsarong Wangwastanakul and Jake Kostecki from Yukishwan, and Sritapat Tirapatara Buamwan in 10th place. Chayakon Minakaneth and Patapol Golganjanaset, then Mason Kwong and Sivachach Ongbanoi from Oliver Tsur and Papasathon Tadathbabanleng. Kaylin Delcy and Jun Karato, Zhang Yisheng and Maximilian Schilling from Sirapaj Ketsuan and Tantaj Uvasukunrai. Lu Sichen and Zhang Shishwan from George Patrizi and Jirach Siddhavanaraj. Then Prin Vonkabon and Kitanuntapat Bunya Rakalin. Saharit Lerd Prasipakon and Kenzo Mateo Gunawan. Then Carson Choi, Bondapat Pitak, Mohamed Falik Fariz. And then finally on the grid it is Tamtaj Yuvasakurai and Joshua Tan, who had a real technical problem going into his qualifying performance. So 35 drivers then in Cadet and Cadet Rookie, and there's going to be a very strange race in front of us because the drivers are so far out of position. It's been really interesting to see how everybody has positioned themselves. So now we'll get to see what the race itself can deliver for the first of our races. So many drivers on the grid. I have a feeling this is not going to be a start. It is not a start at all. So then we go round again. So many karts out of position on this one. So obviously there's a need to get everybody back into their original grid positions. They were not formed up. A couple of drivers there just teaching Liban Lewis Kanan, I think, how to get the job done here. Because it was a bit tricky off the start there for a couple of drivers, I noticed. So obviously a few drivers there just trying to educate Liban Lewis Kanan, who has never started a race from pole position, it needs to be said. This is his first chance, really, of guiding the field around. So it's definitely been an interesting one so far, with all of the drivers hoping they can have a very solid race of it. But with everybody out of position, it's been interesting to see who's going to get the best of it as they run through. All of the contenders then lining up in position. 6 drivers in the championship fight here in the cadet category, separated by just 9 points in the championship fight. So it really is ridiculously close after what's already been a very competitive run and a very tough battle set to happen out on the course here. But with Liben Lewis Canaan lining up in pole position for the very first time alongside one of the local stars here, Chinapat Vejabuti, this could be a very interesting race indeed. Hirotse is third, Poshkong Chol is fourth, then Putapong Wongnapachan and Tanawarat Vejabuti. From Notsarang Wangwastanako, Jake Steki, Liu Yujuan, and Sriatapat Tirapatara Buong. So the 10 carts at the front end of the field are obviously going to have a very tough time of it. Look at the frustration from Chinapat Vejabuti at the front end of the grid, trying there to encourage Liben Lewis Canaan just to keep it tidy at the front end of the field and just make sure that the field is bunched up. They come off the turn. It's going to need to be a clean start. Is it going to be a good one this time? Yes, it is. We start our way, and it's going to be Chinapat Vejabuti side by side as they work their way to turn 1. Everybody trying to knit their way through the first corner. Is everybody going to get through without incident? It's going to be a little bit cheeky on the exit. Several drivers trying to work their way further forward, but side by side for the lead, and Vejabuti trying to get on the inside of Canaan. But Canaan has been able to hold it, and now to the inside for second position. There's going to be a bit of a duel between DT Motorsport teammates as a switcheroo comes up for the Sodi kart. I think that is going to be a change for position there. Is that the CRG coming through? I think it is. I think that's Poshkong Chol working his way through in a second position off the start. So already there's been a really interesting run. Oh no, that is Poshkong Chol trying to force his way through. As Chinapat Vejabuti had lost ground initially there to Hirotse. And then first Vejabuti and then Poshkong Chol have been able to work their way through past Sir. And so now the 19 is in 5th position. That is the hard-charging Chayakon Minakaneth. So Minakaneth has worked his way into P5. And as they come off the hairpin at the end of the first lap, there's already been quite a shuffle of the deck here. Several carts racing their way through. And up in front, it is Canaan from Vejabuti, Kongchol, Sir, Minakaneth, Yu. Then Tanawarat Vejabuti in front of Jake Steki and Mason Kwong, who's already up into 9th position. And look, defending already from the race leader, Canaan, who suddenly realizes, look, I've got a swarm of carts around me. I need to defend my position. No, you don't. You need to take the racing line because the defensive position is slower. So clearly Canaan feels he hasn't got a lot of pace in the DPE kart. He must have had a fantastic set of tyres for the qualifying lap then. So here comes Liben Lewis Canaan, still leading the field around, but clearly feeling the need to defend at this stage of the race as well. Several drivers making up places then on the first lap. Mason Kwong got himself up into 9th position. Max Schilling shot forward as well, up into 16th place. Oliver Sir had a bit of a difficult first lap on that occasion. So too did Jake Steki. Didn't make as much ground as he would have liked. He started 8th. He remains in 8th. So off the turn, charging their way forward, Liben Lewis Canaan, the Malaysian, still holding his nerve here in the lead of the race. And it's very tricky when you've never led a race before at this level to hold on to everything. He's got a lot of pressure. Look, he really is defending to the inside line as Poshkong Chol seeks his gap on the inside line of Chinapat Vejabuti to try and move into second position. Qualifying is one thing and winning is quite another. So a fantastic situation for the contenders here. As up the inside, here comes the line, and it's going to be a steal for position. First of all from one, then from the other. Vejabuti comes forward, then Kongchol goes with him. So Liben Lewis Canaan down to 3rd position, I'm afraid to say. But Chinapat Vejabuti leading the race then on the Sodi kart ahead of Poshkong Chol, who knows this place so well. But then again, so does Chinapat Vejabuti. They go through the hairpin together. A lot of positions needed to be gained from several drivers in the field as they try and make up a little bit of rhythm here. But there's so many drivers in the cadet field in 2025 at round 4 of the championship. Jake Steki working his way through one by one, and now he's into 4th position. The Australian dives forward, and Jake Steki is now in P4. Good work. So after a bit of an interesting run off the final turn, Jake Steki has worked his way further forward. So now we've got the 3 leaders, Vejabuti, Kongchol and Canaan. Then it's Kosteki, Minakaneth, Tanawarat Vejabuti, then Sir, Liu, Galganjanaset and Mason Kwong in P10 in front of Nutsarang Rongwastanako and Papazathon Silabavanleng. So several battles going on here, and there's a good one going on for 6th position. We've got 4 carts all squabbling together for P6 as they all run in close proximity. That's Sir, Vejabuti, Liu and Galganjanaset. Someone's got to keep best there, and if they're not careful, there's going to be 2 or 3 carts that are spinning their way further forward as Rungwas the Knuckle is going to get a run on the inside line. So Babe will get her shot. Looks like Hirod Sir is trying to work with Mina Kanif to get that run on the inside of the hairpin. Meanwhile, up front, it is Chinapat Djibouti in front of Posh Control, then Livin Lewis Kanan, then Jay Kostecki. Look at the squabble as they go across the line. That's Mason Kwong up in the 7th position. Good work from him. And Mason Kwong make that P6 as he gets his run on the inside line there. Mason Kwong has been able to dive his way through on the inside of Chayakon Minakanif, and that puts Kwong into P6, but he's leading a ridiculous train of karts. So many drivers in that list. And that is going to be very spicy indeed as drivers try and work their way round. So far, so good. Everybody still keeping themselves to themselves and trying to keep it as clean a race as possible, but there's a lot of battles going on here. A lot of drivers making progress. And just looking through the field, Max Schilling up to 15th place. What about Oliver Sir? Well, he's down in 18th at the moment, not having the greatest of races, I'm afraid to say. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd place is on. As now, Bosch Kongchol has got Livin Lewis Kanan still breathing down his neck for 6th position. It's anybody's guess as Mason Kwong is trying to get away from Mina Kanif, who goes wheel to wheel with Sir as they go into the hairpin. The leader's going through. But there is Mason Kwong in P6, and look at the train behind. So many drivers with a crack at this as they work their way forward. Another bold lunge into the first corner as several drivers are trying to defend the position. Mina Kanif is having a great scrap there behind Hirod Sir and in front of Gogan Janiset. So there is Porsche, but the ball Gogan Janiset in front of Liu Yujuan. He's going to get the move on the inside, and Gogan Janiset, there's going to be a little bit of a banter between these two, and Gogan Janiset gets forward in front of Mina Kanif, and it looks like that's one of the Force racing carts trying to get through on the inside line there as well. Going side by side, I think that is Marshall Liu. It is indeed. So Marshall Liu trying to get himself into the mix there with Rungwas Tanakot, Silva Van Leng, Ong Bang Noi, Karato, Schilling, and Thirapatada Bulwong. So very close racing then in the mid-pack. Meanwhile, for the lead, it is still Djibouti who leads the way for the Sodi Kart-operated DT Motorsport team. But Chinapat Djibouti having a very solid race. 2nd place, Posh Control, Livin Lewis Kanan 3rd, then Jay Kostecki, Danawara Djibouti P5. The fury and the hesitation and the insistence from the mechanics on the sidelines tells you about the urgency in this race. 55, trying to make progress. That is Silva Van Leng. So Silva Van Leng trying to move forward as here is Hirod Sir going wheel to wheel with his teammate Mason Kwong. These two, of course, are fighting for the championship. And Hirod Sir fancies his chances getting through on Mason Kwong in their duel over P6. If Hirod Sir can make the clean move on the inside of Mason Kwong, then he definitely gets his shot at P6. They're in the Mickey Mouse section as the top 5 continue to squabble away with each other, but P6 really is a wrestling match at the moment between Mason Kwong and Hirod Sir, and sat there in 8th place is Porsche, but the Bolkalka Janaset just watching on, waiting for the opportunity. Hirod Sir looking for his dive on the inside of Mason Kwong, and he's trying to slice up the inside of Mason Kwong's not giving him any space. I thought these two were teammates. They're absolute wrestling battle at the moment. There's some great racing as you count the way through the field. A lot of drivers trying to make progress. Looks like Max Schilling's made up another place. And so too in the final turn does the 39. That is the CRG Thailand car. You're going to see a replay of this. Look how close it got between the teammates. It was very nearly rallycross between the two. There was definitely a little nudge. 39 is Jin Karato. So Schilling and Karato both got ahead of Thirapatada Bulwong on that last lap. So not really a lot that Thirapatada Bulwong could do to avoid letting him go. The top 5, by the way, are really tightening up as well. So the top 5 could still be battling to the closing stages of this race. We're not far from the final lap here. 3 laps to go. But this is the battle for P6. Mason Kwong, Hirod Sir, and Gogan Janaset in 8th place. Very tight indeed between those 3 as they continue to squabble away. The top 5 is very close together. We've got yellow flags out on the course because we've got a kart stationary. Oh, that looks like Babe. Oh, it's Babe who's dropped out of the race, I'm afraid. That is Rungwas Tanakol. She was doing such a good job up to that point. But I'm afraid Nutsarong Rungwas Tanakol is out of the race. On the inside line, there goes Jay Kostecki. Kostecki in a 3rd position. Kostecki picked his moment, made his move on Livin Lewis Kanan. And if he's not careful, he's going to lose another place here. Livin Lewis Kanan trying desperately to keep Danawara Djibouti behind him. But Djibouti is doing everything he can to get through into 4th position. A big run wide from Livin Lewis Kanan, and that will do for Vijabuti, will it? Into the Mickey Mouse section. Well, Kanan is just able to get across the apron before he loses the place. But there is a proper train of carts further back as well. Everybody having a proper dice for 6th position now, because it looks to me as though Mason Kwong has lost his 6th position. Indeed he has, because it's now Patapol Kogan that's worked his way into 6th position. So Kogan doing a great job there in front of Kwong and Hirotsu. As side by side, it looks like Vijabuti is going to get 4th off Kanan. He does indeed. So Tarawara Vijabuti gets into 4th position. Final lap begins then. Here we go. And it's the final lap of the race then for our contenders, as the race leader is Chinapat Vijabuti, and it has been for quite some time now in front of Poshkongchol and no longer Livin Lewis Kanan, although the graphic seems to think so. But it is Jacob Stecki in front of Tarawara Vijabuti and Livin Lewis Kanan. So the battle is still raging up in the top 5. There's a great duel going on in the top 6 as well. There's a lot of carts making a lot of hay while the sun shines here. Some very exciting battles all the way through, but I think it's going to be Chinapat Vijabuti all the way. There could be a bit of a change up for P6, because Gogan Janaset is really having to work hard here to hang on to P6. But there's been no issue at all for the DT Motorsport driver up front. Chinapat Vijabuti been absolutely superb since the start, and he is going to come through in fine style. So after a very tough race out front, it's going to be the DT Motorsport driver in the Sodi in his first race of the season. Chinapat Vijabuti takes the checkered flag. Great run from Vijabuti. 2nd for Conchol, 3rd for Kostecki, 4th for Tarawara Vijabuti, and in 5th place is Livin Lewis Kanan. Who's going to be 6th? It's going to be Mason Kwong, just ahead of Hirotsu, and then it is Porsche, also known as Patapol Kogan Janaset, and Chaikon Minakanath and Yu Yushuan. From Sinabavanlang, Ongbangnoy, Zhang, Schilling, and Oliver Sir. So they did make a little bit of progress towards the end there. But what a battle it has been in this first cadet race. Only one retirement to my knowledge, and that rather sadly is Nutsurung Rungwastanakul, or Babe Babe, who did not make it through to the end of the race, unfortunately. Fastest lap of the race, Jake Kostecki. So the Australian for Biralat Asia was absolutely flying at the end there. But it goes the way of Chinapat Vijabuti. A great race, a very tough battle it was all the way through. And boy, oh boy, are we just getting started with those cadets. There's a lot more to come from them, I'm sure. But it is Chinapat Vijabuti that takes the victory in the first race of the weekend for cadets. Well, it's going to be a very tough race weekend for them, that's for sure. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this race. Right from the start, Chinapat Vijabuti set his eyes on the victory. In that first corner, we obviously had some interesting duels between the cadets. They kept themselves nice and favourable in the opening corners of the race. We're going to see what happened, I wonder, to Nutsurung Rungwastanakul. I'm not sure we'd get the chance to, but look, Livin Lewis Kanan really struggling to hold on to his lead. And of course, sadly for Livin Lewis Kanan, he would drop back into 5th position, but not a bad effort for the man who had never started from pole position before. Great battles then in the first cadet race of the day. It was really tight all the way. So many drivers to give us so much entertainment throughout. And I think we're just getting started with these boys and girls. There's a lot more to come from them over the course of the weekend. Mason Kwong, ever the prize fighter, pushing his way back into P6, having started such a long way down. He started 13th, of course, in that race. And there's Nutsurung Rungwastanakul getting herself in the fight there as well. I wonder if we're going to see her get spat out of the line, because it ended up being... This was a close call, wasn't it? Oof, so tight between Mason Kwong and Hirotsu, so nearly taking each other out. Oh, there is Nutsurung Rungwastanakul, desperately trying to get her kart restarted, but I'm afraid it didn't go according to plan for her. But the checkered flag flew for Chinapat Vijabuti. Excellent work as he took the win in front of Kongchol and Jay Kostecki. Well, there's more to come. We've got more racing on the way. The next race out on the course is going to be the Masters race. And that is going to be the pole position for Werasak Aimchan. And just as I predicted earlier on, he got straight out of the kart after stealing pole position in the Masters category and went straight to his garage to sit down and watch the Bangsen Grand Prix, where they've got several contenders in that particular event as well. They're cheering for several karting drivers who chose Bangsen over Bira. So we're going to get to see what will happen in the Masters race then with only 4 drivers, but we learned at LYL that you do not count out the excitement of the Masters, even if there's only a handful of them. We saw at LYL just how exciting it with the battles that we had there with the likes of Scott Wood, with Wadasak Ayemwachan, with Hadith bin Zadal O, with Tudu Kumoran, and with Hollywood himself, Darren Formosa. They gave us such a fantastic race. So now we're going to get into the mix again in the Masters category with a lot more great battles to come. And the drivers surely are going to give us more entertainment value for our money here. And so all the competitors want to give us a really good show. So all 4 of them are going to be in a good position as they run in close proximity off the line. But when they head to the first corner, when they head to that first radius, that's when things are really going to tighten up. So after victories then for Sera Kojima and Chinapat Vejabuti, we have already seen 2 races with new winners in 2025. But if you look over the skies at turn 1, that is ominous. The clouds are starting to get thick and grey over the circuit, and there is every possible chance that we could end up with some rain this afternoon. And when it rains at Bira, it really rains. That's definitely something to keep an eye on over the course of the afternoon. But the drivers in the Masters category are getting ready to head out onto the course, led off as they will be by Wadasak Ayemwachan. So Wadasak Ayemwachan will be the pole sitter as they head out onto the circuit. Harith bin Zadalo will be alongside him on the grid. Then it will be the Singaporean Ian Willock, and alongside him will be Tam Yuk Ho for Hong Kong. The 15-second board will signal the drivers back out onto the course once again. Time to see what can be done as the drivers will venture out onto the course in the hope of another strong battle. So as the 15-second board will be lifted at the end of the pit lane, Wadasak Ayemwachan will be battling himself into the lead of the Masters race. And he's already won 2 finals so far this year out of the 3 that we have held. The first of those, of course, went the way of Alpesh Patel in the opening round of the championship. So we'll get to see what happens this time. Of course, the man who actually crossed the line first in the 3rd round of the championship was different to Alpesh Patel and Wadasak Ayemwachan, and that was Darren Formosa. And unfortunately, a post-race penalty docked him to 2nd place, although he was still perfectly satisfied with the way that the racing went. He had a great battle, he enjoyed himself masterfully and was able to showcase something at nearly 60 years of age that he's still got it. And we will never forget that final. One of the great races in Infinity IAME Series Asia history. That's going to go down in the record books. So some great battles to come then from the Masters, I'm sure, as Wadasak Ayemwachan will put himself into position there for the Top 1 Motorsport team. We have a lot of people here, and there's a lot of personnel in Top 1 colours for their home event as they continue to grow. So let's see how well things will go for the Top 1 Motorsport man in pole position. Been a very exciting charge for Wadasak Ayemwachan. Pole position for him. And we get to see what will happen next. It looks like the guys have made their way down from Bangsen just in the nick of time, actually, to watch Wadasak Ayemwachan in pole position alongside Harith bin Zadalo. They come off the turn. Are we going to go racing first time of asking? Of course we are, and off we go. And it's going to be a tough one to the first corner as Ayemwachan will charge through into turn 1. No problems at all in front of Harith bin Zadalo. Then it is Tam Yuk Ho who has to give chase further back. Willock is trying to work his way back into 4th position as they work their way through the hairpin for the first time. So Tam Yuk Ho doing a good job there in 3rd in front of Ian Willock, who has to give best in the first corner. So as they work their way forward, no worries at all for Wadasak Ayemwachan to lead the Malaysian, Harith bin Zadal O. So these 4 drivers will give us a good race of it several times over the weekend. This is all about stamina as much as it is about speed. Patience, discipline and control are all part and parcel of it. As Tam Yuk Ho looks over his shoulder, hoping that Ian Willock doesn't charge his way through. Imagine if we get rain in the middle of this one when they're all on slick tyres. Ian Willock pushing hard here on the Tony Kart to try and move his way into third position. He had to think about it there, didn't he? In the final turn to try and dive in on Tamiko. He had to bail out of the move. And now Tamiko, he actually signals to Willock, look, go through, I'm going to hold you up. So Ian Willock dives through to the inside line. He knows how his bread is buttered. So Tamiko allows Ian Willock the space to go through. Meanwhile, IAME Chan is battling away here with Harith Pinzarolo. He's going to run wide off the turn. Careful there, Wadasak. Wadasak, IAME Chan having a good race of it out front, but he needs a little bit more pace. He's trying to get well clear of Harith Pinzarolo. And he's trying to stretch out this advantage as he works his way off the turn and now up towards the hairpin. Harith Pinzarolo going very well in second, still putting IAME Chan under some pressure. Very different dynamics this compared to what we've seen from these guys in previous rounds, because in round 1 and 2, of course, the grids were combined between Master and Senior. Now they get to have their own race all weekend. Harith Pinzarolo really pushing to try and get in front of Wadasak IAME Chan. Even with only 4 carts on the grid, you can learn something from this race. These guys have got so much experience and they'll push each other right to the ragged edge. Great to see Harith Pinzarolo not sitting back, not taking any prisoners. Working his way through the hairpin, trying to get the inside line there. And Wadasak IAME Chan, still they give us plenty of drama. Still they give us an exciting race of it, even with only a handful of drivers. The Master is definitely a class worth having a look at. And fair play to Ian Willock, he's stayed with these two. What if they collide together and you end up with Ian Willock coming through? Well, we saw almost the entire grid take each other out at LYL in round 3. So still, you never know what's going to happen. Harith Pinzarolo knows he's in second, knows he's only got 1 kart to pass, so he's got to work hard here on Wadasak IAME Chan. So Wadasak IAME Chan doing a good job here as he comes off the turn. Knows he's got Harith Pinzarolo right behind him. He gets a good exit off the turn as the Malaysian dives in for the lead. He has to bail out of it. Oh, very close indeed there from Harith Pinzarolo. Thought about it to the inside line. The fastest man on the track is actually the man in third place. It's actually Ian Willock, as IAME Chan is now holding up the race at the moment from the lead. So in second place, Harith Pinzarolo looking to try and make a move to work his way forward. This is turning into a very tough race indeed to win for Harith Pinzarolo. Wants a little bit more than he's currently getting. This isn't going to be easy. They continue to make good work of it off the turn. And still, Ian Willock is hustling Harith Pinzarolo, who really needs to make the overtake before he gets overtaken himself. A little bit of haze of sunshine comes in through those dark clouds. And so Harith Pinzarolo hops and skips over the curve, comes through the trajectory of the final hairpin, down the main straight and over the line once again. So now we've got 8 laps remaining in this Masters heat. Up the inside again, Harith Pinzarolo fancies his chances there to move forward on Wadasak IAME Chan. And that's given Ian Willock a sniff at second place. He's going to have a think about it. 3 drivers in this race and they're absolutely nose to tail. A really good opportunity to continue moving forward here. There's so much still to do and there's so much still to progress. You have no idea how this is going to turn out between these 3. All it takes is for one driver to go for the move. Perhaps a little bit of ambition takes over. But Wadasak IAME Chan is doing a great job in the lead of the race. But Ian Willock is really stepping up the attack on Harith Pinzarolo now. Out of the hairpin, left-hander. Tamiko is trying to stay with them, but these 3 have just got such stronger pace overall than Tamiko in 4th position. Still a good battle off the turn. It's getting tight because Harith Pinzarolo is trying to stay with IAME Chan, but he's actually losing some ground here to Ian Willock, but he uses the slipstream to good effect to tighten back up on the race lead once again. So the Malaysian chasing the tie as they are both being caught by the Singaporean. And then the man from Hong Kong in 4th position. A truly Asian race, properly intercontinental this one. As IAME Chan still staying comfortable here for the moment in front of Harith Pinzarolo, but because of the pressure he's getting from Ian Willock, this is really ramping up the assault. Ian Willock there in 3rd position, the Singaporean hugging the apex as they come through. Who says you need a full grid to make a race? You just need 3 very motivated drivers as IAME Chan backs into O. And this is a great chance for Willock. They're both going to be holding each other up, so Ian Willock can come at them with a slightly faster run. Up to the hairpin. Harith bin Zaralo doesn't want to be sitting in second place anymore. He might make the bid here into turn one. This is the moment. And Harith bin Zaralo goes for the overtake. And he's into the lead. Brilliantly done from the Malaysian. He's been building up to it. And now Harith bin Zaralo gets into the lead in front of Wedasak Iamchan. This is his chance. This is his moment. What if he could take a final victory for the first time in 2025? But watch out for Ian Willock. He's not done yet. The third-placed Singaporean still giving it gusto. And he looks very poised indeed here in the Tony Kart. While the other two look like they're a little bit rugged, Willock looks fresh as a daisy by comparison. And he's still hunting these two down. He's still just studying. This is only heat one. Don't forget, he can sit behind these two and study them, assess them, learn what is needed before you charge through for the victory. And he doesn't even need to do it in heat one. He can just sit here in third position, counting up the mistakes, looking for opportunities all through the weekend until we get to the final tomorrow. He can read this beautifully and try and do the assessment work through the course of the race. So Ian Willock, again, working hard here with the Lando Norris overalls. Works quite well considering he's on a Tony Kart chassis. The LN Kart brand is part of the OTK group, so it still fits in quite nicely. And of course, this is the weekend when Lando Norris is hoping to go for a British Grand Prix victory. He had to go there, Ian Willock. Look for his move on Wedasak Iamchan. And it's not to be on this occasion. He has to sit back again in third place, just wait for Iamchan to make another error somewhere as those clouds are getting really ominous now over the circuit. If it starts raining midway through the race, these guys are going to be like ice cubes strapped to the wheels. Down to the inside. And still, Iamchan holds his position here in front of Ian Willock. Willock is looking for a move. Oh, Iamchan's so careful in defense. But Harith bin Zaralo, having worked so hard to get in front of Iamchan, is now stretching away. It's brilliant. Good work from the Malaysian, just taking it one step at a time. And he's managed to stretch out a bit of a gap between himself and Iamchan. So there is the leader. Then you've got Iamchan and Willock dueling over second place. Tamiko's still in the race, by the way, folks. Just a little way back now from these two. So Willock trying again here. Through the hairpin. Big tank slapper from Harith bin Zaralo in the lead of the race. Manages to get it together without losing too much time. That would have cost him a couple of tenths. But when you've got about a second on the men behind, that will do nicely for the moment. So Ian Willock again fancying his chances. He'll go for it! Launches through to the inside line, but he'll run wide on the exit, and Iamchan will make mincemeat of him on the exit. He tried his best to keep his foot in. Well, Willock is making a show of it for Iamchan, that's for sure. Tried his best to get through, couldn't make it stick. So now Iamchan, second position. Working hard here in front of Willock. Willock tries again, but he's got to build back up to it now. Having tried to get in front of the tie, now he's really got to read the rhythm. Fortunately for him, Iamchan is going a little bit defensive now to try and hold position. Let's have another look at it. So diving up the inside, Willock thought he had it, but he just drifts the kart out wide. And Iamchan thinks, right, that wasn't good enough, mate. This is how you do it, and this is how you cover your line. He just forces him to back out of the move. Beautifully done there from Iamchan. Sets him up perfectly. And now they're going to do the same thing a lap after. Here comes Willock again. Will it be exactly the same? He goes for it again, and this time it's much more calculated. He's there, but can he turn in? That's more like it from Ian Willock. He gets in a second position. Beautifully timed. That is how you do it. Lovely job from Ian Willock. Into second place. Let's look at it again. This time so much more calculated, so much more measured, and he even slows the kart down in the apex to back Iamchan up. Absolutely textbook. That is how it's done from Ian Willock, and into second place. And that, I'm fairly sure, is going to be all she wrote for heat number one. So 2 laps to go, but I think it's pretty much all written in this one. But that just shows you how tight it can be in the Masters. You've got to really build up to it. You've got to be patient with these races. This is only heat one, and I sense a really exciting battle in the Masters final tomorrow. But Harith bin Zaralo really had to work for this one. Iamchan did a fantastic job to hold him up for as long as he did. But the Malaysian, once he had the position, once he had his rhythm nailed on these tyres, he knew exactly what was coming and was able to read the situation perfectly here. Into the final lap he goes. This has been so beautifully controlled by the Malaysian. And well done to Ian Willock as well, who really stepped up to the plate here, was not going to back down. When he saw a gap for second position, he was going to fight for it with every inch. He needed to be so late on the brakes on both attempts to even have a sniff of grabbing second place away from Wedasak Yamchan. But based on Heat 1 alone, it does look as though we may end up with a different kind of result in this one compared to what we've seen from the Masters category in the first 3 rounds of the championship. And Harith bin Zaralo, who's been in the Masters since the start of the season, he finally gets his chance to run at the front and show us how it's done. This is the first heat that has been a Masters solo race because they've been combined with seniors all the way until the final at last time out at LYL. So it's great to see that this time Harith bin Zaralo can not only have a clean race, but a victorious one as well. Out of the final turn, and Harith bin Zaralo will take the victory in the Masters Heat 1. Second place for Ian Willock, third for Wedasak Yamchan. There's work to do. They've got to go back to the drawing board at top 1 as Tamyuk Ho comes home in 4th position. But a great start in Heat 1 here at Bira as Harith bin Zaralo lives up to the promise, and the FR Racing Johor team will be delighted with the way that it's all come together. There was frustration, there was difficulty, there was certainly, I would have thought, probably a few choice words during the race. But once Harith bin Zaralo found his lead, once he found the gap, that was it. Beautiful and very dictatorial the way he managed that race throughout. So Harith bin Zaralo takes the win in front of Ian Willock of Singapore and Wedasak Yamchan of Thailand, with Tamyuk Ho from Hong Kong in 4th position. Well, there may only be 4 drivers, but they certainly didn't make a boring race of it, did they? Right from the outset, it was always going to be a real wrestling match between Yamchan and Harith bin Zaralo. So many moves, lap after lap after lap. They gave us everything we were hoping for from the Masters category. But it took a long time, didn't it, for O to finally get his move. He really had to go for it, but he had to be very measured as to when he could make the move. Then Ian Willock had several difficulties trying to get through on Yamchan, but it wasn't until the second attempt that he really made it stick after some great battles. This was the move. Willock dived on the inside, and then he even rotated the car, slowed it down enough that there wasn't going to be any response from Yamchan. Beautiful from Ian Willock. That's how you get it done. Excellent work. May have been a slow race for others, but for these guys, it was absolutely brilliant. So now we get ourselves dialed in for what everybody pretty much here considers the main show, Senior X30. There's nothing quite like Senior X30 racing, and this particular battle is definitely going to be an intriguing one. Senior X30 sees the return to the top of the timesheets for one Kimi Chan. How does he do it? Every time you think he's done, he always comes back for more. He got a lap time of a 54.945 in qualifying earlier, and that was enough to put him into pole position. Mind you, he's got such opposition to try and take him on. Second on the grid, Panakorn Adamrasamy alongside him on the grid for the Top 1 Motorsport team. Third on the grid for Zadiev Raikal, the Malaysian in the DRM squad. Toby Gale, the hometown hero from Pattaya in the MRC racing team. His older brother is directly behind him in 6th, alongside the Australian Kai Burke in 5th on the grid, who so nearly grabbed a pole position himself here. Then in 7th on the grid, it is Didi Tsur, a welcome return to the Singaporean lady who lives out here in Thailand, but a fantastic job from Didi Tsur. Alongside Siddhi Kingsiri, another great performance there from Siddhi Kingsiri, who put himself into 8th position on the grid. And then rounding out the top 10, we have Shavesh Sentil and Fezro Fozi. It'll be a very exciting weekend for him, I'm sure. It always is. 11th on the grid for Clifford Kanjanapas. 12th on the grid for Yuka Po. They really are doing some head scratching down at the PR1 team with their Explorer chassis. How are they going to bounce back from P12 on the grid? Now in that Depanon is alongside Andy Bourret. And then we have Ayan Marwa alongside Chen Zhuyan. Karine Kaur is still doing a fair job as she lines up on the grid alongside Tsutomu Nishimura, the oldest driver on the grid, 55 years of age, opting not to race in Master, still feeling he can be competitive in Senior X30. And to be fair to him, 18th on the grid out of 36, he's rather proved the point there. Nikhil Bora, 19th on the grid alongside Tian Rinchin. And then it is Johanatan Mersch alongside Ryan Gunavordana. Zachary Boyce is alongside Zhao Shiyan. Then Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Thomas George. Megat Zulkarnain is beside Norris Gafour. And then Cooper Fish from Miguel Quinones. Mark Yao, Armael Odang, Melvin Shane, Kei Sachin, Alvin Tian, and Put Suntachit Rungwang. So with all 36 drivers poised to go, 12 laps around this course once again. Great to see the different flags of the different nations involved in the weekend. It's been such a competitive season so far, and you can see such a wealth of international flavour, not just national flavour, here on the grid. There are a few flags missing, I should point out, from that incredible list, but there's a waft of great nations flags on the side there. There's only room on that banner for 10, but there are a few other countries there that need to be added to it round the back. I think they've started adding flags. The Australian flag, of course, resplendent round the back, but then the other 10 nations that are represented: China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and of course Thailand, with so many fantastic drivers from across the plethora of the nations. That just goes to show you, doesn't it? This may be the IAME Series Asia Championship, but it's not just Asian racers that come here. This is a truly international championship. And if there are those watching in North and South America, across Africa, and across Europe, as well as across Australia, and all of the different nations in Asia, this is the place to be. And of course, the champion in each of the 4 categories, in Cadet, Junior, Senior, and Master, all win a ticket to the IAME World Finals in the autumn. So it is definitely worth giving yourself a chance against these guys. We've seen a few Europeans come over here and race and tell us quite clearly, this is so competitive. This is very, very physical. And the challenge has been a lot greater than a few people felt was the case before they arrived here. So really competitive group of drivers. 1 minute to go here as the 1 minute board goes up at the end of the pit lane. The drivers, of course, getting ready for the first heat of the weekend in Senior X30. And the drivers will get themselves set up and in position, but can anybody take on Kimi Chan in this first race of the weekend? How does he keep getting himself into a race-winning position? He wasn't here at the last round of the championship, which means that he was 15 points now adrift of the championship leader, Yuka Po, who starts this race down in 12th position. This could be a championship blown wide open this weekend. So here at Pattaya at the Bira Kart circuit, about 100 kilometers south of Bangkok. This is a very exciting battle that we have in prospect here for us now, as the competitors are looking forward to an exciting start to the Senior X30 competition. We've had our first heat in Junior, our first heat in Cadet, and our first heat in Master. Now it's time for the first race of the weekend in Senior. So the contenders venture out onto the course for another exciting duel and a magnificent battle is set to come here. So expect some really exciting moves from our contenders. They are sure to give us a really exciting bout. So once again, we'll run through in order the drivers who are going to be in this run, and there's going to be 36 of them to talk about. So do bear with me. Kimi Chan and Panikon Ramarasamy on the front row of the grid from Zaria Breikal and Toby Gale. Kai Burke and Austin Gale, then Didi Tsir and Sidi Kingsiri from Shavish Sentil and Fedas Fezrafosi, then Clifford Kanjanapas and Yuka Po. Nawin Natapanon and Andy Bure from Ayan Marwa and Chen Zhuyan. Then Karin Koa and Sutomo Nishimura, Nikhil Bora and Tian Runchen. Then it is Johannatan Mush from Ryan Gunavordana, Zachary Boyce and Zhao Shiyan. Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Thomas George from Megad Zulkarnain and Nordis Gafour, Cooper Fish and Miguel Quinones, Mark Yao, Armel Udang, Melvin Shane, Kei Sachin, Alvin Tian, and at the back of the grid it is Put Suntachit Rungrang. So Kimi Chan holding the field to ransom then as they come up to the final hairpin. You're going to need to make sure that everybody is in close proximity with each other. That looks good to me. I think we're going to have 2 very clean tram lines coming off the run. What can Adam Rassamy do for Kimi Chan on the first run? It's going to be tight to the first corner. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. It's a very late run, but we do go racing. And Adam Rassamy's gone round the outside to take the lead. Fantastic from Panikon Adam Rassamy. He gets a better start than Kimi Chan, and there's already some badinage in the midfield as several drivers run deep, but it is the race leader from second on the grid. What a start. A brilliant launch forward from Panikon Adam Rassamy, who leads here. Fantastic start from Adam Rassamy for Top One Motorsport, and already it's side by side for third position further back. That looks like Kai Burke working his way side by side there with Toby Gale. Zadia Vrykal in the mix there as well. But Toby and Austin Gale having a great race of it in the early part as they work their way through the hairpin. A big charge forward as well as Didit Sir is battling with Yukapo. Yukapo dives in on the inside of Didit Sir. So it's been a very tough run already as Yukapo surges forward past the DAP chassis of Didit Sir. And as they run through out of the final turn, it's going to be Adam Rasmussen, Chan, and then it's the 231 in third position. That is Austin Gale. So the older brother has got ahead of the younger brother. A very interesting start to the race then as they work their way forward. But it is Parakorn Adam Rasmussen who leads here for top one on home soil. Well, what if Parakorn Adam Rasmussen is going to get the victory this time? What an opportunity for him. And an excellent start to his race. He really launched out of the blocks from the second row of the grid, nailed it on the start, and there wasn't really a lot that Kimi Chan could do about it. So now the drivers are going to be dueling away. There's an absolute monstrous run for fourth position further back. That's Zadia Vrykal trying to defend the position to several drivers in the mix. A few of the Birolots going wheel to wheel there. That's Kai Burke and Toby Gale, for different teams of course, although they are on the same chassis. So a very close run thing as they work through. And there's Ferris Fezrofosi in the mix there as well. And so too is the hard-charging Yukapo. So don't expect him to sit there at the back of this six-car train for long. Currently in ninth position, but he'll want to take on Ferris Fezrofosi. And don't forget, those two already have a little bit of beef after the last time out. And certainly the man at the front of the field has a bit of beef with Yukapo, but Zadia Vrykal is in defensive mode in fourth position. He clearly feels the top three are not catchable. So he's just got to sit there and park the bus in fourth position and hope that nobody gets near him. But this is a 36-kart strong field, 35-kart strong field, I should say, in the Senior X30 category. Do you really think that this is going to be an easy one? I was going to say 36, but then Melvin Shane has not completed the second lap, so something's gone wrong there for Melvin Shane. I think he's actually brought it into the pits to retire. If not, then he's obviously parked up at the side of the road somewhere. And I'm looking around the course and I can't see Melvin Shane, so I think he has brought it into the pits to retire. Meanwhile, though, Adam Rasmussen is the leader. Kimi Chan in second, and third position, having gone with them, is Austin Gale. No more exams, no more results to worry about, as up the inside goes Toby Gale. Fourth position now. And don't forget that both Toby and Austin Gale are in the fight for this year's championship. Austin's got some time to make up and some points to recover. But Toby Gale is having a great race of it too. Now up into fourth position in front of Zadia Vrykal, and he's not going to be held up by the Malaysian anymore. Meanwhile, Yukapo has managed to fight his way in front of Ferris Fezrofosi. So he's now going to be charging after the Australian up the road in front of him. That's Kai Burke, who is currently sat behind Siri Kung Siri. So Siri Kung Siri doing a good job there. Siri Kong Siri still having a good race at the sharp end of the field. Currently sitting, I believe, in sixth position in the 232. So Siri Kong Siri looking good. But the Senior X30 field is still giving us plenty to get excited about. There is a very hard-charging Kai Burke trying to work his way forward, seventh position. Fastest lap of the race is Toby Gale, fourth position now. And we got ahead of Zadia Vrykal. There's a lot more work to do, and he knows it. Meanwhile, Parakorn Adam Rasmussen, still your race leader, having a very strong race of this in front of Kimi Chan and Austin Gale, third position at the moment. A very good race battle here from the Gale brothers, third and fourth at the present moment, flying the flag for Thailand, but so too is our race leader, Parakorn Adam Rasmussen. So Parakorn Adam Rasmussen leading the way on the Kart Republic chassis for Top 1 Motorsport, clearly upholding the honours that Wadapong Yamchan would have done, but he's racing the Bahrain Grand Prix this weekend. Through the first apex. All looks good for Parakorn and Rasmussen. Second place, good battles in the midfield, the positions changing hands. As racers suddenly realise there's a lot of work to do. How's the DAP chassis getting on for Didit Sir? Well, she's behind Ferris Fezrofosi at the moment, that's 10th place. But she's got pressure from Shabash Sintil and Nawin Natapanon. So there's still a lot of work to do for her, having initially been up in the top 6. Hopefully there's a chance for her to get back there, but the DAP chassis obviously under an immense amount of pressure from the drivers behind. There is an absolute waft of talent further back. I can see both Nikhil Bora and Norris Kapoor trying to make progress there for the Fireball team as they try and step up the attack. But you never forget your karting roots. I said to both of them over the weekend, you could take the driver out of karting, you can't take karting out of the driver. Towards the first corner once again. We watch the battle, charging up towards the hairpin. Looks like one of our cameras may have gone down. Apologies for that. In advance. Zadi Baikal still defending in P5. He clearly doesn't feel the DRM Paralin has the pace to move forward. And here's the chance for Siri Kung Siri, who's going to go side by side with the Malaysian. But Siri Kung Siri trying to move forward. Is there an opportunity? Oh, well, there's a proper squabble of the deck for the drivers further back. So it's really tricky stuff at the moment as the drivers are still giving us plenty to do. But Siri Kung Siri has got through past Zadia Braikal. And now we're going to get to see if Kai Burke can follow the trend. What about Yuka Bo? He's giving a good run of it as well in front of Feroz Fezro Fozi. Good battles at the moment. Still going strong as everybody is giving us plenty of excitement out on the course. The race leaders still going very well at the moment. There is Zadia Baikal, battling down. He's not careful to Kai Burke. Yukapo and then Feroz Fezro Fozi. Still some good battles as the drivers continue in close run with each other. And still the race leader is Panakorn Adam Rasimi in front of Kimi Chan. Third position is the hard-charging Austin Gale. Toby Gale has dropped his opponents and is starting to charge forward now. So still the battle going very, very closely indeed as they run in close quarters with each other. But Panakorn Adam Rasimi having a great race in the lead here in front of Kimi Chan and Austin Gale, who is pushing very hard indeed to make things work. Fourth position for Toby Gale. Good place. Oh, there's a collision. We've had a collision further back in the hairpin. Two carts have come together there. So two carts in the background having an issue as Zani Braikal trying to fend off from Kai Burke. But it looks to me as though we've lost two. It's Zhao Xian. So Zhao Xian has had an incident there with his rival. The two of them have collided there at the tail end of the field. So Zhao Xian, well, the 243 has got going again. That is Megat Zulkarnain, but he's collided with Zhao Xian. And so the two of them are now down at the back. I think Zhao Xian is not moving. I say not moving as in not going anywhere. He's actually got out of the cart and walked away. But the cart is not traveling. That's the point I was trying to make. Yukapo still trying to make progress as he sits in behind the very talented Virulart driver. That is Siri Kung Siri, I think. Oh no, sorry, that's Zadia Braikal. So Yukapo has caught up to Zadia Braikal, and he's got Braikal's teammate right behind him, Feroz Fezro Fozi. So Yukapo is in the shoving pot right now. He is bubbling over, trying to work his way forward here without getting into more fisticuffs like he did in LYL last time out. He was very emotional after the race last time. He was very forthright in the tactics of the DRM boys. He felt that it was a little bit over the line and made his point very clear in the holding area afterwards. But this is going to be fought out on the track. Yukapo needs to try and find his way past Zadia Braikal, whose ultra defensive tactics have already held up several drivers here, including Toby Gale and Kai Burke, as well as Siri Kung Siri. So they've all managed to get ahead of him. So Zadia Braikal down to 7th place. Yukapo is in 8th, and he's got Braikal's teammate, Feroz Fezro Fozi, right behind him. 288 is now in 10th position. That is the very talented Chavesh Sentil, who's making so much progress, it has to be said. Chavesh Sentil, of course, got the podium last time out, the Singaporean. So let's see what else there is to do as he continues to move forward. The top three have gone unchanged for quite some time here as again the clouds start to descend over Pattaya. Are we going to see some rain this afternoon? Maybe not for this race. We won't. Oh, two more carts have come together. It's one of the Birularts has tangled with the FA cart. So we've got two carts in the wall there, I'm afraid to say. Trying to figure out who it is that's come through, but one of them has not continued on. Now, you can't cross the racetrack when it's live, not without assistance from the marshal. So two more carts coming together as we go into the last lap of the race. So there's at least one more cart that isn't going to go the distance here. Trying to make out who it is. I'll I'll try and update you, but certainly Kimi Chan is staying ever present. He doesn't need to push too hard in the heat here, but Adam Rasami is defending. Adam Rasami defending on the last lap, so Kimi Chan may get a shot after all. Very close stuff between them. I think it's IAME who's had an incident on the inside. Kimi Chan gonna dive into the Mickey Mouse and he's there. Kimi Chan squeezes through and gets the move. Oh, contact! Adam Rasami vaulted over the back of Kimi Chan and they're both slow. Oh, they bounced around. Neither of them are gonna be in the top three. Unbelievable as Gale is gonna come through for the lead with his brother close behind, I believe. So Austin Gale is gonna come through for the victory. He's dodged it all with his brother in tow. Suddenly it goes from 3 and 4 to 1 and 2. Austin and Toby Gale will be 1 and 2 in front of Sidi Kongsiri. Kai Burke gets 4th, Adam Rasami gets 5th. Kimi Chan is down and out of the top 10. What a dramatic final lap. Oh my goodness. A clear battle for the win. Kimi Chan has it. Adam Rasami nudges, and then vaults over the back of Kimi Chan's car. Can you believe it's ended this way on the last lap of the opening heat? Kimi Chan will be livid with that. He drops all the way to 9th. Panakon Adam Rasami drops to 5th. But just like that, the parting of the Red Sea, if you will, for Austin and Toby Gale. They finish 1 and 2. In a very dramatic final lap. Goodness me, the Gale brothers surge through and make it an MRC 1-2 in the opening heat of the weekend. Well, that just shows you never give up, never ever surrender. Goodness me, Siri Kongsiri was able to squeeze through into 3rd position as well. Great effort from him. The two that collided at the end there were Ayan Marwa and Alvin Tian, I do believe. Kai Burke able to squeeze through into 4th place in front of Adam Rasami. Then Raikal, Yukapo in front of Svazroflozi. Kimi Chan only 9th position in the end. And in 10th position, Shavesh Sentil. What a dramatic start to the day's activities. Well, what an amazing race. We're going to see the highlights of it now. Behind Sentil, we had Didi Tsur, Nawin Netapanon, Clifford Kanjanapas, and Sutomo Nishimura. 14th, good effort from the 55-year-old. Chen Zhuyan in front of Cooper Fish, who worked beautifully there to get up into the top end of the field. Considering that Cooper Fish only set 1 flying lap in qualifying, that is an amazing charge forward from Cooper Fish. Excellent display and a great performance. But this race had so much. We thought it was just going to go humdrum between the top 3 all the way. Good battles from Zadia Vraikal, from the Gale brothers, and of course from Yukapo, who was dealing away there with Kai Burke and with Sidi Kongsiri. So much great charging in the first of our Senior X30 races. But in the very last lap, a collision between Kimi Chan and Panakon Adam Rasami while battling for the lead. Here it is again. Chan's got through, look, bang, bang, and then up over the top wheel. What a shame. Well, that's going to be an interesting conversation with the stewards afterwards, I think, for both drivers. They're going to want to put their sides of the story to them. But what a dramatic end to the race then for the Gale brothers, who come through in 1st and 2nd in front of Siri Kongsiri and Kai Burke. And it's a Birolart, 1, 2, 3, 4. What an embarrassment for the other teams and the other chassis out there. Because while Ronnie Salah is in town, the Birolart clean sweep of the top 4. That is incredible. And don't forget, we've got 4 races to come in Junior, in Cadet, in Master and in Senior. But it's Birolart that is the toast of the town here in the Land of Smiles so far in Senior X30, as they claim a 1, 2, 3, 4, with the Gale family sweeping all before them. Now we've got another race to come after a short break. What will happen this afternoon? What a difference an hour makes. That's the way that things go here in the land of smiles. Thailand has suddenly taken on a very different feel here in Pattaya for the fourth round of the Infinity IAME Series Asia. Round 4, 2025. For those who were with us earlier on today for the opening heats, it was sunshine with a little bit of a gusty breeze, while now the rain clouds are descending on the Bira International Kart Circuit. They broke just a little bit about 20 minutes ago or so to give us a little bit of rain on the circuit. But now we're not entirely sure what the weather's doing. It was wet first thing this morning at around about 7 a.m. But I tell you what, it's not particularly predictable now, and this could be a very interesting race day for the remaining 4 heats of this afternoon. I'm Jake Sanson, great to be with you once again, and it's going to be fascinating to see how these 4 races will now play out with the ever-present threat of a big rain shower over the circuit. The winds have picked up, so those rain clouds are sweeping over the course very quickly indeed. If they break in the middle of one of these races, it's suddenly going to become an ice rink. Andrea Galimberti and Sarah Kojima on the front row of the grid from Danish Chen and Max Tse. Then Gu Haochan and Aryan Singh from Conrad Garrow and Nadalimjit Panya. Jack Larson and Leonardo Mori. Kian Shah and Michael Lederer from Chris Kasemsup, Santok Singh, Zhu Kashin and Tianarit Janajatupat. So the juniors gave us a thriller last time. It was Sarah Kojima that battled her way in front of Andrea Galimberti in the closing stages to grab a famous victory, her first in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock, and long may it continue for her. However, we go into this race knowing that there's a little bit of rain that's fallen on the circuit about a quarter of an hour ago, but it wasn't enough to stay, and it isn't quite clear yet if we're going to be full wet conditions. Certainly, the competitors know that there's a lot of potential changes to the conditions that we have here at the circuit at Bira, just about 20 minutes or so away from the main city centre in Pattaya, which is one of the most populous cities within the Chonburi region. About 400,000 people live here, and a fantastic city it is with plenty of excitement and an amazing backdrop, incredible landscapes to take in. But they could be completely saturated with rain showers in the closing stages of today. There's definitely rain predicted for tomorrow. Whether we're going to get one for this afternoon or not remains to be seen. But certainly for this first of the 4 remaining races of the Saturday of activity, it's going to be very tricky indeed to see who gets the best of it. As you can see there, not just the drivers, but also the mechanics, the fans, everybody standing close by to try and see what will happen in this race, especially with the winds picking up here. Plenty of rain crowds basically starting to descend now on the circuit. On some of the cameras it looks particularly sunny, but I can tell you it really isn't here anymore. That's just the glare of the camera lens showing bright skies. But it's definitely going to be fascinating now. 15-second board goes up, and it's up to Andrea Galimberti and Sarah Kojima to take on another race-winning battle. It'll be a tough one for both drivers to get the win, especially if it rains halfway through this particular heat. And there's a good chance of that, looking at the rain clouds. Though out onto the circuit then with the green flags flying, the drivers will head out onto the course once again. It's definitely going to be an interesting challenge for our juniors as they head onto the course. Andrea Galimberti from Sarah Kojima, Danish Chen and Max Tse. Then Gu Haochan and Aryan Singh from Conrad Garrow and Nadalimjit Panya. Jack Larson and Leonardo Mori round out the top 10. Then it is Kian Shah and Michael Lederer from Chris Kasemsup and Santok Singh from Zhu Kashin and Tianarit Janajatupat. The drivers warm up their tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature as ever, and it will be a tough race for everyone now. If it rains midway through the race, they will not be able to change tyres, of course. So they've got to go with what they have, and the wind has picked up big time coming onto this part of the course. And of course, if there are big crosswinds here, that can actually affect the drivers when they're going through certain corners as well. It can really hit you at the wrong angle, and these karts are not the most aerodynamic forms of race car. Got to remember that when you're sat in the kart, you basically kill the aerodynamics of the machine, because when you're sat in it, unless you're really small, you don't really aid the aerodynamics of the kart traveling through the air and cutting through, so it could be very tricky. But the 16 contenders in Junior X30 coming through with Andrea Galimberti on the inside, Sera Kojima on the outside. They come off the turn, they're in good formation. Are we going to go racing straight away? We are! Good start as they work their way to the first corner. Galimberti is going to have Danish Chen squeaking through into the first corner, into second place. Sera Kojima has held her nerve around the outside for third position as the field tiptoes its way through. Don't forget there's been a little bit of rain go down on the circuit, so it's not going to be the easiest of conditions on this first lap. There could be a couple of moments where drivers realise they haven't got the grip they thought they had. Diving up the inside though, that looks like a move for fourth position early doors for one of the fireballs. I think that's got to be Aryan Singh, hasn't it? Working his way forward into fourth position. We're going to see a replay of the start as into turn one. Oh dear, got very badly wrong indeed for Michael Lederer as he tangled in there with Zhuk Gashin. So Michael Lederer with a destroyed front nacelle. And now we've got rain spots on the camera lens. Here we go. It's happening already as drivers are starting to realise that the grip is going to disappear rather dramatically. Michael Lederer's cart has been removed from the circuit and we go into the race with Galimberti leading Chen, Akila, Singh, and then in the 106 behind in fifth place, that is Gu Haotian in front of Jack Larson, Kian Shah, Leonardo Mori and Conrad Garrow. But it's getting to be very wet very quickly indeed as the rain suddenly descends in seconds. It's become absolutely torrential in just a couple of seconds. I did say this is a possibility and I did say this was likely to happen. The rain can come very thick and very fast indeed here in Pattaya. And now it's just a case of tiptoeing for the leaders. They've got to just keep themselves very careful on this first lap under wet conditions as Danish Chen sweeps up the inside of Galimberti to try and take the lead. And Galimberti's now going to try and hold it as they tiptoe their way through. No grip at all on slick tyres. So Galimberti's got to try and get the car turned in through the hairpin, but it's going to be really, really wet at this point of the course. So it's been declared a wet race now on the main straight, but obviously it's too late for them to choose wet tyres. They're already all on slicks. So through they tiptoe as Galimberti runs through. It's a wet race. They've got 10 laps to go, but Galimberti has got to try and hold off from Danish Chen. This is going to be the toughest race that these juniors have faced in such a long time. Galimberti tiptoeing his way through turn two, trying to keep the cart on the road. This is where you've all really got to keep your eyes wide open. Not going to be easy as Galimberti holds Danish Chen to ransom. Kojima's tightening up, and so too in fourth position is Gu Haotian. And two carts skate off the road, and one of them is Aryan Singh. Aryan Singh has skated off from fourth position. So easily done then in these wet conditions. Now you just got to try and tiptoe your way through and keep yourself in the race. Let's have another look at it. So easy to do, and there goes the fireball. And Conrad Garrow went with him actually. So Conrad Garrow has now dropped to the back of the field as they tiptoe their way through, and they're coming straight into the pits. They're coming straight in, so everybody's coming in. Wow. Hang on a minute, was the race actually red flagged? So it's a wet race, so everybody has been brought back into the pits then. So because it's been declared a wet race, everyone has been sent back to the pits for a tyre change. So essentially the race has been put on hold as it's been declared a wet race. So now they'll come straight back into the pits and change for wet tyres. So that means that anybody that can get themselves going again can get back into this race and limp back to the pits, which is exactly what Aryan Singh has been able to do in the fireball. He's just got to tiptoe his way around and get back to the pits, and he could change for wet tyres. Now, we completed 2 laps of racing. So we now need to figure out, after 2 laps, if we're going to go with the original starting positions or whether we're going to start with the positions we have now. And the red flag has been thrown out on the circuit to confirm the race has been stopped under the declaration of a wet race. And that's because Aryan Singh, bless him, didn't realise that the race had been declared a wet race. So he's carried on. So the 117... Aryan Singh has now got to report back to the pits. A rather unfortunate situation then for the 117 of Aryan Singh, who obviously skated off the road. Paddock, all drivers need to report to the dummy grid. All junior drivers need to report to the dummy grid. So all junior drivers need to start on the start-finish line. All drivers need to report to their positions on the start-finish line. Red flag conditions. So drivers need to report to the dummy grid. Thank you. So under wet flag conditions, all of the drivers need to be lining up on the starting grid. Red flag conditions in wet race situation and scenario applies. So all of the drivers need to bring their karts to the start-finish line. All the drivers need to bring their karts, with their mechanic of course, to the start-finish line. All drivers report to the grid. Thank you. All drivers report to the grid. Paddock, attention Paddock. All junior X30 drivers need to report to the starting grid. All junior X30 drivers need to report to the starting grid. Attention paddock, attention paddock. The Junior X30 race will be a fresh restart. A fresh restart. It will begin in 10 minutes time. It will be a full restart. That means all drivers are permitted to take the start. All drivers are permitted to take the start.
ตามไปกี่แรกไปกี่แรกอยู่ไหน
ของตัววางก่อนพ่อเดี๋ยวไปให้ถูกอีกไปกินได้ก็ได้ครับ
เออเหล็กปล่อยเลยเหล็กปล่อยเลย
แรงดีวะ
5 นาทีขอป้าย5 นาทีหน่อย
จูเนียร์ใช่ไหม
Are you ready to
จูเนียร์
start?
ใช่ไหม
Are you ready to start?
Can you hear this มีใครมีวอลครับป่ะครับได้ยินผมนะได้ยินพี่เด็กได้ยินอยู่if you are ready to start we will show 5 minute signal okay
We go through full signal again. Full signal. 5, 3. Yep. You ready?
ป้าย5 นาทีป้าย5 นาที
เปิดหน้าเปิดตะลุกเปิดตะลุก
Start with the last week.
เปิดเลย
What they need to do is we need to go into grid formation. Are they all in the right grid?
It's the original restart again go back to the old
Where's the grid? Are they in the right grid? Are they correct?
Attention paddock, attention paddock. The Junior X30 race will be a complete restart in the original grid positions. A complete restart in the original grid positions. So to clarification, folks, for clarification, the race will be a full restart in original grid positions, run to the original race duration. Full race restart to the original race duration. That means it will be original grid positions for the restart and the full 12 laps.
สามารถแก้กันชนหรือว่าเปลี่ยนยางได้เราไม่ได้ประกาศเวทเรสแต่ว่าเราให้เขาเลือกได้ว่าเราใช้ยางอะไร
Attention paddock, attention paddock. One mechanic per driver is permitted to return to the course to reset front fairings. One mechanic per driver is permitted to join the course to reset front fairings only.
Let's go เปลี่ยนตารางใหม่เหลือ10 รอบเปลี่ยนตารางใหม่เหลือ10 รอบ ไหนไปดูด้วยเดี๋ยวผมจัดเองขอธงเขียวพี่หน่อย
Ask him, is he ready for...
Red Director, are you ready? We're showing 1 minute, okay? Okay. ให้1 นาทีครับให้1 นาที
It's going to be formation lap, okay? Just come around for
เตรี
a
ยมป้าย
start.
โปรโมชั่นแลบมาเก็บเอาป้ายโปรโมชั่นแลบมา ยกป้าย15 นาทีให้ผม เดี๋ยวเวลาเขาสั่งเขายก ยกเลยยกเลยอ้าวเดี๋ยว
Folks, the formation lap gets underway again then for the restarted Junior X30 race. Some confusion there in that one because obviously a wet race was declared on the start-finish line and the race leader under yellow flags came into the pits and obviously the rest of the field saw what he was doing and decided to follow suit. So a very bizarre incident there. Not entirely sure what the ramifications are for that, but I have a feeling there's going to be some interesting conversations after the race for that one. But fortunately, the race has been restarted, and it is a fresh restart, which means that everybody gets another chance to race. So the front fairings have been reset, and Michael Lederer, who was involved in the first corner incident and retired on the spot, is allowed to restart. So we have our 12-lap race in formation again. Our 16 drivers back in their original positions. Andrea Galimberti, Sera Kojima, Danish Chen, Max Tse, Gu Haotian, Aryan Singh, Conrad Garrow, Nadalim Jitpanya, Jack Larson and Leonardo Mori from Kian Shah and Michael Lederer, Chris Kasemsup and Santuk Singh, Jup Kashin and Tianarit Janajatupat. So the drivers will come off the course. It has actually stopped raining, ironically enough, so slicks are the way to go. They come off the turn, they go down the straight, and we're on the starter's order straight away. As the racers charge for the first corner, is everybody going to get through cleanly this time? The answer is yes, they all get through without incident. Danish Chen through to second place again on Sera Kojima, but they don't get through turn 2 without incident. Two karts come together there in the background at turn 2, and that's one of the CRGs that's collided there with one of the Birolats. I've got a feeling that Santok Singh and Tianarit Janajatupat that have ended up tagging each other there and rejoined. So both karts have got going again. But Sera Kojima is back in his second position already. And Danish Chen has dropped back quite considerably. Big issue for Danish Chen, who was running in second position. Oh no, sorry, that's Danish Chen leading. Danish Chen leading. What's happened to Andrea Galimberti? Galimberti's down to third as he now charges for the inside of Sera Kojima. Kojima trying to hold the car right around the outside and has to let Andrea Galimberti go back into second position. So Galimberti into second place once more, then chasing after Danish Chen, who is the new race leader. So Chen leads, Galimberti second, Kojima in third place. And then in fourth position, it is Max Tse in front of Gu Haotian, Conrad Garrow and Jack Larson. So a big shuffle of the deck. This restart has definitely shaken things up a bit. It was indeed Santok Singh and Tianarit Janajatupat that got tagged in there at the first start. So now the battle is raging further around the course as we've got the leaders, Danish Chen, Andrea Galimberti and Sera Kojima having their own race up front. Max Tse trying to stay with them in fourth position. Then Gu Haotian and Conrad Garrow having a very interesting time of it as we get ourselves prepared for the possibility of even more rain out on the course here. There's some big rain clouds still overhead. They haven't broken recently, but obviously we had the incidents slightly further forward on into the race as Leonardo Mori is having a real wrestling match of a battle here further back in the pack with, I think, Nadalinjit Panya, the Drive WK driver. Danish Chen leads Galimberti, Kojima, Sir, and then Gul and Conrad Garrow having a great duel. So there is Conrad Garrow trying to get ahead of Gu Haotian for the Mohua Motorsport team. Trying to see if there's an opportunity to get into 5th position. Garrow's going to look for the move, and he absolutely sends it. And there's going to be a bit of retaliation from Gu Haotian, the Chinese driver, who will not surrender to Conrad Garrow. Garrow's now going to try in the next apex. He'll dive through in the inside of the Mickey Mouse, and he's made it. So Conrad Garrow into 5th position behind Chen, Galimberti, Kojima, and Max Tse. So as we go onto the far part of the course again, if we get rain hit the circuit one more time, then obviously it's going to be very tricky indeed to get these karts into a good position. Galimberti hunting down Danish Chen as Max Tse hunts down Seta Kojima. It'll be very interesting to see if Galimberti can get his move here on Danish Chen as they go for the move into turn 1. Danish Chen holding his line, and Galimberti's right with him. They want to try and pull clear if they can. Oh, and an incident down the straight. There was Ardian Singh having a moment out of the final turn and recovering. So Ardian Singh dropping all the way down the field. That's very unfortunate indeed for the Fireball driver. And Galimberti still hunting down Danish Chen on the far side of the course, as the possibility for a rain shower continues to increase here. We've already had 2 mild showers since the lunch break. So now we're going to get to see if there's going to be a big challenge from Andrea Galimberti. He hunts down the move on Danish Chen, as meanwhile another Singaporean is moving forward. That's Conrad Garrow all over the back of Max Tse. Galimberti putting pressure on Danish Chen, the race leader. Out through the hairpin. In the background, that's Kojima battling away with Max Tse and Conrad Garrow. Watch for Garrow, see if he can make his move. As again, Galimberti puts pressure on the race leaders. And it's raining again here. And it's big rain. Big rain on the circuit once again, as the competitors are trying their best to keep grip in the first couple of corners. It only appears to be raining on half the circuit at the moment. Certainly on the far side of the circuit, it is not raining. On the near side, it is. So it's a real challenge as the rain clouds sweep in again on the Pattaya scene here at Birakat circuit. Very tricky indeed for conditions, but up at the far side, it is still Danish Chen leading the way. Galimberti, Kojima, Garrow, and Max Tse, but rain has hit the circuit yet again. It's heavy on one part of the circuit, it's not particularly heavy on the other. So in a few seconds, things could change dramatically here. As there is Galimberti, still trying to pursue Danish Chen. The drivers now know what to expect as they work their way forward. Conrad Garrow's got a run here on Seta Kojima, having got ahead of Max Tse. Goodness me, Conrad Garrow running the gauntlet on the curbs as they come through out onto the main straight once again. And we can see that there is still rain falling on the first part of the course. Conrad Garrow into turn 1, trying to skate his way up the inside of Seta Kojima. It's very light rain at the moment, not particularly heavy, so it's not easy to tell if this is going to affect conditions out there on the course or not. But the more it's out, the heavier the rain gets, the trickier the conditions will get as well. So Galimberti hunting down Danish Chen as Garrow hunts down Seta Kojima. They tighten up in the Mickey Mouse section of the course. And Galimberti still fancies a run here. This is a very tricky situation for the juniors now. How are they going to cope with these conditions as they move forward? Very quick indeed, these karts. So it's all going to be about feel, instinct, decision-making, patience, and a little bit of discipline as well. Things are going to be very tricky. So it will be very difficult for our contenders to hold on to it. Garrow's got a run on Kojima, coming off the straight. He might get a chance into turn 1 here as Galimberti has a look on the inside of Danish Chen. So several battles ongoing here in the wet conditions, but it's not particularly wet enough yet to be declared anything other than the race it is. Certainly no wet race declaration at the moment. Now Max Tse has hunted down Conrad Garrow once again. Gu Haotian is with him. And then we've got Jack Larson up into 7th place in front of Leonardo Mori. And they are all tightening up. Danish Chen is trying to be careful here. Andrea Galimberti is not going in for the kill. So it tightens up the top 8. Leonardo Mori has joined the back of the train. That's Leonardo Mori in behind Jack Larson. A great recovery from Mori, who's done a great job. Here goes Galimberti. Takes his moment on the inside of Danish Chen. No longer waiting around, and he gets his move. So Andrea Galimberti hits the front. Conrad Garrow senses that, well, if he can make a move, I'm going to make a move as well. On the inside of Sera Kojima. There's the replay of it. And Garrow had to bail out of his own move on Kojima. So it's nicely done from Galimberti to take the lead. Second is Danish Chen. There's a little bit of tippy-toeing going on through 1 and 2 because that's the wettest part of the circuit right now. So they've got to be so careful up on the far side. Garrow could sense an opportunity here on Sera Kojima as Gu Haotian closes in on Max Tse, and Leonardo Mori goes wheel to wheel with Jack Larson, and he gets into 7th. Good move from Leonardo Mori. So Mori has worked his way into P7, and he's just nipping one in the bud every time he goes through. So Leonardo Mori picking off one driver at a time. He's already hunting down Gu Haotian. He's got a chance here as Leonardo Mori, as Garrow dives in on the inside of Kojima. Gu Haotian goes for Max Tse, Garrow's through, Gu is through, and so is Mori and Larson at the expense of Max Tse. There was not quite enough of a gap for Nadeline Panya to seal the deal as well, but now Garrow's through into 3rd, Gu is through into 5th, and Leonardo Mori up into 6th place, Larson up to 7th, Hero Tse all the way down to P8. So Galimberti still leads the way, yellow flags flying, because there is an incident further back. It's one of the Birilots that's gone off the road there. I'm afraid to say that is Zhu Kashin. So Zhu Kashin for the Force Racing team has skated off the road at the penultimate hairpin. He's desperately trying to get going again, but I fear it's all going to come to nothing for the Chinese driver. So Zhu Kashin is not going anywhere by the look of it. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mori's now got ahead of Gu Haotian, so that puts him into P5. Leonardo Mori is absolutely charging in this race. Leonardo Mori could make his way to the podium here. Yellow flags waving, double wave yellows at the hairpin as Zhu Kashin manages to recover and rejoin despite losing a lap to the field. So Galimberti leads, Chen 2nd, Garrow 3rd, Kojima 4th, and Leonardo Mori is in P5. A fantastic charge through from Mori as Larson fancies his chances on Gu Haotian into turn 1. Can't quite make it stick. Meanwhile, Garrow sizing up the move on Danish Chen. P2, lovely move from Conrad Garrow, but he drifts wide on the exit. Chen is going to get alongside him if he gets a chance, but Garrow will shut him down. Good racing in these tricky conditions. So there's a couple of drivers here who are really riding the crest of confidence. Galimberti leads the way. Garrow 2nd, 3rd is Chen, 4th is Sera Kojima, and we've still got 2.5 laps to go in this one. Round the banked hairpin. Dropping down the back straight, Galimberti knows that Garrow is suddenly on his tail. This is where things are going to get serious for the Italian. Garrow will not back down, and he's got 2 whole laps to go after his opponent. And Andrea Galimberti will hold the lead, but for how much longer? 2 to go here at Bira, and Garrow has a real charge on him. Towards turn 1, Garrow working hard here in front of Chen, Kojima and Leonardo Mori as Gu Haotian is desperately trying to keep his opponents behind him. Nadeline Panya has got ahead of both Max Tse and Jack Larson. Looks as though Michael Leder has had an issue or two in this race as well. He's down at the back of the field, unfortunately, dueling away at the moment with Tiana Jatupat. Right back in the front, Galimberti still leads Garrow. Chen, Kojima and Leonardo Mori. The top 5 have got well clear of everybody else now. So in 6th position, we've got Gu Haotian. 7th place, a very good run indeed from Nadeline Panya to get ahead of Max Tse and Jack Larson. And in 10th place, that looks like Aryan Singh. So Galimberti is trying to drive away from his opponent here as they push further forward, but they've only got 1 lap to go as they come off the turn, and Galimberti will see the final lap board. Has he been able to cope with the stress and the strain of it all? Up towards turn 1 they go, through turn 2. And Galimberti trying to shake off Conrad Garrow with Chen, Kojima and Mori, still fancying something at the end of this race. Third, 4th and 5th as Kojima makes the move on Danish Chen. Danish Chen gone wide there in the hairpin, and that was enough for Sera Kojima to pounce. And now Leonardo Mori fancying his chances as Jack Larson is recovering from an incident. So Jack Larson's had a problem in turn 1. I wonder if there's just too much standing water at turn 1 and 2 now. So they're struggling for grip as we get to the closing stages of this. Galimberti is being hunted by Garrow. Garrow's getting dangerously close now to Galimberti. struggling to hold the car through the braking and the apex in the wetter parts of the course. Garrow's got one final shot. Galimberti knows that his backs are against the ropes. Can Garrow out sprint him out of the hairpin? It's going to be tight, but it's going to be Galimberti. He'll beat Garrow, Kojima, and Leonardo Mordi. Mordi comes home to fourth position. What a great comeback from Leonardo Mordi. What a drive from the Malaysian. Absolutely brilliant from Leonardo Mori in this race. Oh, and there's contact on the main straight. Oh my goodness. So a big incident on the way down the straight. Michael Lederer coming together there, I do believe, with Tianarit Janajatupat as they came across the line. They made it across the line, but obviously a big incident. So we're going to just wrap it up there for the moment and we'll focus on the preparations for the next race. But it is a victory for Andrea Galimberti in front of Conrad Garrow and Sero Kojima, with Jack Larson coming home down in 15th place in front of Zhu Kajin. So we'll focus on the clean-up job. We'll make sure everybody's okay. Michael Lederer is out of the cart, I can tell you that, and so is Tianarit Janajatupat. They're both okay. So that is good news. And we'll just double-check that everybody is okay after a tough race. But, well, a very difficult end to a very difficult day then in Junior X30 as we move our attentions on then to the cadets and cadet rookies. Well, thank goodness for the incredible officials and the marshals and the stewards that we have here. A rather nasty end to the race there in the Junior X30. I can tell you that all we've really got out of that is 2 new nicknames. The cameraman that is now in the medical centre just getting a check over is now known as Iron Man. So he is Iron Man for the rest of the race weekend. And of course, Michael Lederer, who's got a bit of a sore neck, but that appears to be the end of it. So he is now known from now on as the Bulletproof Bomb. Very impressive from our officials to make sure that everybody is safe and sound. But motorsport is risky, as we all know. So the drivers and the officials are all okay, which is the main thing. Unfortunately, the only casualty is one of our cameras. Unfortunately gone down, but thank goodness that's all that's gone. So the green flags fly at the back end of the field, and the rest of the drivers then in the cadet rookies and cadets head out onto the course for their race. Now, of course, they're going to have a very similar situation. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Will driver number 101, that is driver number 101, please make their way to the clerk of the course. Driver number 101, please head to race control and speak to the clerk of the course. Thank you. So now that there is a little bit of light rain over the circuit, it's time to see what will happen in the cadets and cadet rookies. As we've got Liban Luis Kanan and Chinavat Bedbuti on the front row of the grid, from Hirotse and Poshkong Chol, then Putapong Wongnapachan and Tanawarat Vejabuti, from Nutsarang Wangastanakul and Jay Kosteki, Lu Yuzhuan and Sriyatapat Terapatara Bowong, Chaikon Minakanith and Patapol Gaugan Janiset, Mason Kwong and Sivachajong Bangnoi, Oliver Tse and Papasadon Pabanleng, Kalen Delsi and Jun Karato, Zhang Yisheng and Max Schilling. Then it is Sirapach Ketsuan from Tantaj Yuvasakunrai, Lu Sichen and Zhang Shishwan, George Patrizi and Jiraj Sutavanaroj, Prin Vonkabon and Kitanuntapat Bunyat Rakalin, Sahara Le Prasipkon and Kenzo Mateo Gunawan, from Carson Choi, Ponnapat Pitak, Mohamed Falik Fariz, Tamtaj Yunasukarai and Joshua Tan completing the field. Now it already looks like we've got a couple of hold-ups here for this one, so we're not going racing straight away, we're not going for the start of this one. So the start has been aborted, and so they will go around for a second formation lap, and that is in part because one of the drivers has not made it round with the rest of the group. That is young number 10, George Patrizi, who of course nowadays has the nickname Super Giorgio after his antics in Malaysia, going through the field like the bulletproof bomb in Super Mario Kart. So George Patrizi will get his chance to join up with the rest of the field and run his way further forward. So the competitors getting themselves back into position once again, and obviously they will run in formation 2 by 2, and then we will get ourselves into a proper race start. Tricky conditions though, of course, here at Pattaya on the Bira kart circuit for our cadets and cadet rookies, as they will run again in formation, and hopefully we will have a fairly clean start this time for our contenders. But obviously a difficult situation for them in greasy conditions. We are certainly going to have a very tricky one for all of the contenders moving further forward. But now all 35 drivers are in position, so hopefully we will get a clean start. And they've all made it back into their original positions before the red line, which is at this point of the course. Leaders are going past the red line now, so that is where the drivers need to reset their original positions. Unfortunately, all of them have done so. So now we're going to push our way forward to see if we're going to get into a very, hopefully, clean race start. They come off the turn, they'll go round the final bend, and hopefully in very decent position, we'll go under starters' orders. We are racing! Liban Luis Kanan leads the field into turn 1, straight into the first corner, and there's already a bit of a challenge forward from Chinavat Vejabuti, who's going to try and run right round the outside and keep his position. He's done so with Poshkong Chol in the mix there as well. So as they work their way to the hairpin, it's a bit of a run wide as Livin Lewis Kanan is trying to defend his position. He might lose out to first Posh Kongchol and then to Chinavat Vejabuti on the inside. There goes Vejabuti. He'll have the run to the inside line. Livin Lewis Kanan running right round the outside though to try and defend the position. Surely he can't make that stick round the Mickey Mouse section of the course. He's still there to his left side, but he has to concede the place. So Chinavat Vejabuti had to work very hard there to get into the lead, but he has now managed to do so. And with varying degrees of grip around the course now in these greasy conditions, the drivers are having to think on instinct here as Livin Lewis Kanan runs in second position. Couple of drivers leaving their braking very late as they go into the hairpin. Couple of drivers hoping that they can make up some positions in these greasy conditions. This is where experience and maturity will really come to fruition. And out in front, it is Chinavat Vejabuti in front of Livin Lewis Kanan. And in third position, it is Hero Sir from Posh Kongchol and Wittapong Wangapata. So they skate their way through the first corners. A lot of big moves on the first lap already. Mason Kwong already up at the 9th position. Max Schilling is already up at the 17th. So there's a lot of drivers making up good work from their original grid positions. Jay Kostecki's had a terrible start by his reckoning. He would have been hoping for a little bit more from that in the opening couple of laps as Livin Lewis Kanan holds his own on Hero Sir, and that's really held up Sir. An opportunity knocking there for Gogan Janicet, who moves up into third place. So Porsche has got himself into third place. The drivers work their way through, round the far side and back down the back straight on the power as Livin Lewis Kanan runs in second position. Gogan Janicet's getting a lot of hand gestures there from Hero Sir as they run 3 wide further back as Marshall Liu picks off 3 drivers in one fell swoop. Amazing work from Marshall Liu. That puts him into P6. So off the turn comes the leader, Vejabuti in front of Kanan. Then it is Gogan Janicet, third position currently as he runs through. And he's running a very smart race here. Gogan Janicet now into P3 in front of Kongchol and Sir. Then it is Marshall Liu ahead of Mason Kwong. Then Danawara at Vejabuti. Here comes the squabble for third position. This is Gogan Janicet, Kongchol and Sir. 6th position is a good race going on at the moment as well as Marshall Liu is under some serious pressure here from Mason Kwong. Although Mason Kwong, I think, has actually managed to work his way through to 6th position and taken one of the Sodis with him. I think that's Danawara at Vejabuti. So Marshall Liu back down to 8th position again. Let's look at some of the others. Well, Jay Kostecki is in 11th position now, not really where he wanted to be after his amazing charge forward earlier on. So let's see if Jay Kostecki can make up moves, but he's already up into 10th place on this lap. So he has made another position there. Oliver Sir 13th, Max Schilling 16th. What else is happening? Well, Austin Lowe is down in 24th, not really where he was hoping for in this one. Papazathon. Well, George Patrizi making up some places, up to 26th position now. So there is some good work from the drivers as they try and make the progress. But not easy in these very greasy conditions as Livin Lewis Kanan has another shot at the race lead. Whoa, big slide from Posh Kongchol, who got chopped across there from Gogan Janicet in third position, and Kongchol somehow managed to hold the cart before he slid it into the barriers. That was a very scary moment for Posh Kongchol, but he manages to recover quickly. So Kongchol now all over the back of Gogan Janicet. Livin Lewis Kanan's doing a great job here in second place. He's actually keeping himself a much more present figure in this race battle this time. So definitely running a good race of it as they race wheel to wheel through the hairpin. And that's another place made up there by Jay Kostecki. So he's making good work of things now. Into 7th position. Ahead of Mason Kwong comes Jay Kostecki. That's really important for the championship fight. A couple more drivers making up places on this lap by the look of it. It looks to me as though there's some big moves coming from a couple more drivers in this fray. But certainly for Gogan Janicet, holding on to third place for the moment in front of a feisty Posh Kongchol. Kongchol nearly slides the cart round again as they go through turn 2. Having a look for the other side, making the switcheroo if he can to try and get up alongside Gogan Janicet. It's not going to happen, so Gogan Janicet still holding his position in third. Now he gets his run on the inside. Kongchol's gone through, but he's drifted wide. So Gogan Janicet's surely going to get that back on the inside, which he does. So they swap third, and then they swap it back again. Kongchol had his line, but he just drifted wide on the exit. So still the Cadets having a good race of it. Up in front, it is Chinavat Vejabuti being hunted down by Livin Lewis Kanan. Then it is Gogan Janicet, and here comes the move from Posh Kongchol. Dives in for third position. That will do. Posh Kongchol is through this time into third position, and now it looks like Hero Sir fancies his own shot at top 4. So let's see if Hirotsu can make his bid on Golgan Janicet. Meanwhile, Libin Lewis Kanan is hunting down Chinabat Vejabuti once again. Had to think about it into turn one, as meanwhile Hirotsu is going to sweep in on Golgan Janicet. He gets into 4th place. Good work from Hirotsu. So Hirotsu loses a position but then gains one later on. And now Golgan Janicet's having to go defensive because he's got the Nawarat Vejabuti right underneath him. Vejabuti's really gaining in confidence now, and the DT Sodi is going to try and work its way through. We've got Chinufat in the lead of the race, and we've got the Nawarat in 6th position, trying to work his way into the top 5. So the Vejabuti siblings doing a great job here as they continue to race around the Bira circuit in very greasy conditions. Libin Lewis Kanan is absolutely on it, trying to get past Chinabat Vejabuti. Down to the breakings over the hairpin again, looking for his moves, but he can't quite find it at the moment. As they continue to push further forward, it's going to be very tricky. Let's see if we get a very close end to this one, because Libin Lewis Kanan is still pushing. 4 laps to go. Not clear yet who's going to come away from this one with the victory. Plenty of other battles further back, as we've got the 55 trying to defend his position at the moment. That is the hard-charging Pasadon Silva Banling in 11th position, trying to hold a massive amount of contenders to ransom at this point. Attention paddock, driver number 101 needs to make their way to the race officials. Driver number 101, please make your way to the clerk of the course immediately. Thank you. 101, please make your way to the clerk of the course immediately. So a great battle proceeding here as Libin Lewis Kanan again fancies his chances here on Chinabat Vejabuti. Vejabuti running a very solid race in the lead. Libin Lewis Kanan nudging the back bumper, trying to find his own way to get past as Posh Kong Chol rains down on their parade. He's closing in on both men. They go down across the straight. 3 laps to go. And Libin Lewis Kanan fancies a victory here. Has he got a chance to get through on the inside line? He's going to have to work very hard indeed to get there. As Max Schilling has been working his way through the field now. He's up into 13th place. So he's been making good work, as has Oliver Tsur, his rival in the championship. He's now up into P10. Mason Kwong is 8th. Jake Kostecki is 7th. So the championship contenders are working their way back into contention here. Posh Kong Chol and Hiro Tsur are still 3rd and 4th, but they've got 2 men to get ahead of if they want to score a victory. Chinabat Vejabuti and Libin Lewis Kanan. Libin Lewis Kanan really fancying a crack at the victory here, but Chinabat Vejabuti is really causing him a headache as they go through, down the back stretch run, up towards the left-hand hairpin. There could be another move or two coming, as Jake Kostecki, by the way, has got into P6 now in front of Golgan Janicet. As side by side, that's Tanawara at Vejabuti going with Hiro Tsur. Jake Kostecki is going to try and force the issue to help him on the inside line in the duel for 4th position. Kostecki not quite able to make that work for him. But into the first corner, you can see Libin Lewis Kanan defending, and here comes the trio for 4th place. This is Tanawara at Vejabuti now, P4 in front of Hiro Tsur and Jake Kostecki, P6. A great duel between these 3 and a great duel between the 3 in front of them. It's a trio for the win and a trio for 4th position. There's quite a few battles around the course. This time everybody is staying on it and making sure they're keeping it clean for this point. So Chinabat Vejabuti leads the way, but only just in front of Libin Lewis Kanan and Posh Kong Chol. If Kong Chol wants to win this race, he's going to need to work with Libin Lewis Kanan to create a hole on the inside of the Sodi from the DT Motorsport driver, Chinabat Vejabuti, to see if there's a way forward. So the top 3 will tighten up again through the hairpin. Can Libin Lewis Kanan lead the attack, or will Kong Chol try and make his move past Kanan and make his bid? So Libin Lewis Kanan on the tail end as they come off the turn. They'll go back down the straight, and it's 1 lap to go for Chinabat Vejabuti, Libin Lewis Kanan and Posh Kong Chol as they fight for the victory in Cadet in the 2nd heat of the day. A really exciting challenge forward as the trio are still having a great race in it. Very tricky battles all the way down the field. And there's still a lot of work to do for Chinabat Vejabuti if he wants to hang on to this one, because Libin Lewis Kanan is going to get a lot of onslaught from Posh Kong Chol. Up to the top end, through the Mickey Mouse section. Is there going to be another chance for Libin Lewis Kanan to grab a victory? He's running out of opportunities. He really needs to stick it to the race leader, Chinabat Vejabuti. He's only got 4 corners to go. Through the right, That long flowing hairpin. Down the back stretch. He needs to go for it. Libin Lewis Canaan knows that there's only one shot really to go for the victory, and it's going to be in the final turn. So he needs to line up this corner. Gong Chol's going to try and get alongside. Libin Lewis Canaan wants the victory, but he's too far back for me. He's going to have to settle for second place here. As off the final turn, Chinabad Vejabuti will take the victory in front of Libin Lewis Canaan and Gong Chol. Fourth place for Tanawara Vejabuti. Jay Kostecki comes home in front of Hirotsa. Some amazing battles further back. So many great duels. Wow, great racing in Cadet. They dealt with the changeable conditions very well indeed here. Excellent work from them all. So it is going to be Chinabad Vejabuti that takes the victory in front of Libin Lewis Canaan and Posh Gong Chol. 2 from 2 then for Chinabad Vejabuti. Tanawara Vejabuti fourth from Kostecki, Tsur, Gogan Janaset, Mason Kwong, Liu Yuchuan and Oliver Tsur in 10th position. A very tough race indeed there. Tanawara Vejabuti was the one who got the fastest lap of the race. Attention paddock, will driver number 101 please make their way to race control immediately if you have not already done so. Driver number 101, please make your way to race control immediately with your guardian. So that's driver number 101. Please make your way to race control immediately if you have not already done so. So a very exciting battle all the way to the end there. Max Schilling able to work his way through from 20th on the grid to 13th after a very mighty battle in the mid-pack there. So some good performances all round. A lot of tasty battles in Cadet. Kaylin Delsey did a fair job there, working his way up to 15th place as well, behind Silver Van Leng, Wang Napachan, Schilling and Zhang. Some good duels all the way through. Incredible to think that all 35 drivers that started the race were able to finish it after a very intense bit of racing from everybody there. They gave us plenty to get excited about, that's for sure. So naturally, with time to make up after the delayed running of the Junior X30 here earlier on, there's going to be a very exciting battle in front of us in Master X30 between just 4 contenders. But if the dry race earlier on is anything to go by, we're in for a real thriller between these 4. Wadasak Ayamchan, Harith Bin Zaidal O, Ian Willock and Tam Yuk Ho. And let's not forget that there are still greasy conditions over the circuit here with the potential for more rain. Attention paddock, will driver number 105 please report to the clerk of the course. 105, please report to the clerk of the course. Once again, attention paddock, will driver number 105 please report to the clerk of the course. That is 105, please report to the clerk of the course. So yet again, only 4 drivers in the Master X30, just as there was pretty much at LYL. We had 5 then, we have 4 now, but Master X30 has a habit of giving us a great showcase, even with only 4 karts on the grid, because these 4 drivers are very evenly matched indeed. Wadasak Ayamchan alongside his competitor, Harith bin Zaid Al-O. And then we have Ian Willock, the new boy in this category, who is definitely going to be a hard charger in this race. And then also, of course, in the mix, we have Tam Yuk Ho from Hong Kong. 4 different drivers, 4 different nations. I wish I could say 4 different chassis, but that's not quite the case on this occasion. But however, we are going to have a very exciting race of it nonetheless. So the competitors will work themselves into a good position, and let's see how it's all going to progress. Out of the final corner, our 4 masters are looking for an exciting race, and I have a feeling they're going to give us one. Ayamchan, O, Willock, Tam, and we're racing in Master X30. Good start of the inside line from Ayamchan to defend from Harith bin Zaid Al-O. Nearly a slide there from Ian Willock, but a good battle in the first couple of corners nonetheless. Harith bin Zaid Al-O is already attacking Ayamchan, who's already defending on this first lap. So Ayamchan, yet again, I don't think he's particularly convinced that he's got good power here. He may have good grip, but he doesn't have particularly good grip in a straight power in a straight line by the look of things, because he's already having to defend from Harith bin Zaid Al-O. So if the Malaysian gets through in the first couple of laps, this race could end very early. Out through the hairpin. And it's the Thai versus the Malaysian, with the Singaporean and the man from Hong Kong charging after them. So Harith bin Zaid Al-O looking for his opportunity to close up. Ian Willock still looking particularly comfortable there in 3rd position, just letting the 2 leaders do their thing. Tam Yuk Ho running in 4th place, trying to stay with them. This race is just as much about stamina as it is about speed. And yet again, Ayamchan, in the lead of the race, has got so much work to do here if he wants to stay in front of Harith bin Zaid Al-O. So the Malaysian still doggedly trying to get through past Ayamchan. Surely Ayamchan cannot hold on to this lead by defensive tactics for the entirety of the remaining 11 laps. He's really going to have to pray and hope that there's a little bit more in the kart later on in the race. Maybe he can look after his tyres a little bit better than Harith bin Zaid Al-O, because at the moment he's absolutely saving it at the moment. Through the hairpin, up on the far side, 4 turns in the lap, of course, left at this point. 3 to go in the lap, that is. Again through the hairpin. Harith bin Zaid Al-O just able to be so much more comfortable on the brakes. But Ian Willock now fancies his chances on the Malaysian. If he can get ahead of Harith bin Zaid Al-O, he can set up his own chance for victory here. So Ian Willock wants to get this done as early as possible. But just how hard can you hope to push it in the opening parts of the race? I think with the slight changings of conditions, this is where someone like Ian Willock can really roll his sleeves up, dig deep and find something. As again, Ayamchan is having to defend here. Goodness me, he's really struggling to keep Harith bin Zaid Al-O behind him as they run in very close proximity, these 3. Ian Willock still fancying a crack at the victory. Harith bin Zaid Al-O got the win last time. He's currently in 2nd behind Wadasak Ayamchan. But Wadasak Ayamchan, who's already won 2 of the finals this year in the 3-round championship we've had so far, he's really having to work hard here to keep Harith bin Zaid Al-O and Ian Willock off his tail. Into the hairpin. Pushing the kart back on the throttle along the back straight, hoping for a little bit more speed. Into the hairpin. Out of that final corner and down the main straight. Looking for a little bit more aero as he heads into turn 1. It's a little bit further away from Harith bin Zaid Al-O than he has been subsequently. Not having to be quite so defensive, but this is where he really has to move across to the inside line to defend his position. He's been able to get a little bit of distance, though, between himself and Harith bin Zaid Al-O, so for the moment, he doesn't have to panic too much. But Ian Willock is still right there as well, and if Willock has any sense, he's going to try and team up here with Harith bin Zaid Al-O, and they might go through past Ayamchan together. Mind you, having seen what happened in the previous heat, Ian Willock might think, well, actually, my better tactic here is to actually get ahead of Harith bin Zaid Al-O before he gets ahead of Ayamchan, because if that happens, then I've got a better chance of stealing the win away. So there's several agendas in collision with each other here. As Ian Willock tries to get one over on Harith bin Zaid Al-O, out through the hairpin. And this is an opportunity for Ayamchan just to get a little bit closer. So an excellent display in a very tough race battle so far. The contenders have definitely given us plenty of spice and excitement out there, plenty of zeal. And is there going to be a little bit more from this race? As Yamchan has yet again given himself a bit of homework to do here. But it's not done yet. There's still a little bit more left in this race, I think. Tam Yuk Ho is struggling. So Tam Yuk Ho in 4th position is having some difficulties with his kart by the look of it. It wouldn't surprise me if he has to drop into the pits and retire here, because he's having a real issue in terms of power. So I think Tam Yuk Ho may be about to report to the pits, if not on this, that, maybe on the next one. He's really sluggish, even for Tam Yuk Ho. And indeed, he's going to bring it into the pits. What a shame for the young man from Hong Kong. So Tam Yuk Ho is out of this one. It's just these 3 then. Only 3 drivers were left, and they are the ones battling for the victory. So Wedasak Ayamchan in front of Harith Bin Zairalo and Ian Willock. Tam Yuk Ho retiring from the race on only lap 5 with a mechanical problem with his kart. So fascinating to see how this has all played out so far. But what a challenge, what a battle this is turning into between these 3, yet again, like it was earlier on, as Ian Willock sizes up the opposition to try and get past the Malaysian. Maybe he'll get a chance. Tries to dive in up the inside, no room at the end just yet. Keep stretching, keep the confidence sky high, there could still be a chance. Up on the far side. And Wedasak Ayamchan using these conditions to his favour at this moment in time. But Ian Willock is really starting to ramp up the dial, looking for a chance to get through on Harith Bin Zairalo. Tries to get closer in the braking zone. What only happens there is there's a concertina effect off the third. And as a result, Harith Bin Zairalo now gets a shot at Ayamchan. So Ayamchan is your leader for the Top 1 Motorsport team, but there is still going to be big pressure from Harith Bin Zairalo. The Malaysian is right there in second, and right behind him is the Singaporean Ian Willock getting a little bit closer as they come off the hairpin. Along the far side of the course, looking for another opportunity as they go on the far side. Big challenges still coming in from Harith Bin Zairalo, looking for the chance to come through. So O is looking for his move. Second position at the moment, in front of Willock, behind Ayamchan. But Ayamchan is not making this lead easy to steal away, and Harith Bin Zairalo still fancies a shot as they go down the back straight. Ian Willock with a little bit of ground to make up at this stage. But the top 3 drivers, the only 3 drivers, are still nose to tail. And this is all going to come down to intelligence. Who's going to be able to look after their tyres for the last 5 laps? Who's going to seek every opportunity? Who's going to make it count? Well, the earlier threat of rain seems to have dissipated. It was only a light shower earlier on then. So now it's all going to come down to Harith Bin Zairalo, who again tightens up on Ayamchan. So Wedasak Ayamchan is your leader, but how much longer can he hold this on? 5 laps to go. And this is going to be very tricky indeed for Harith Bin Zairalo and Ian Willock to wrestle away from the tie. Nobody knows the conditions of this circuit in these greasy conditions better than Harith Bin Zairalo and the man in front of him, Wedasak Ayamchan. Ayamchan, of course, does so many miles on this Bira kart circuit, but look how tight they've got together again as Harith Bin Zairalo needs to make a commitment move. Dive on the inside, it's going to be a late lunge, and they're going to collide. Oh, Harith Bin Zairalo tags with Ian Willock. And they both come off the tail of Ayamchan. So Ayamchan still leads it, Harith Bin Zairalo second, Ian Willock third, and he shakes his head in frustration. So a very angry Ian Willock, not happy with the way the concertina effect came against him there. So a miserable moment in the race there that kind of kills off any race battle that we were going to have. 4 laps to go, and I think it's unfortunate that Harith Bin Zairalo and Ian Willock essentially tangled with each other, because now that's pretty much killed any interest in the race for either of them. Surely they're not going to catch up to Ayamchan now. 4 laps to go, and the gap is a second between the 2 of them. I really want to see a replay of what happened there in the run for second position. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can get another look at it, but Harith Bin Zairalo and Ian Willock obviously having a bit of a scary moment there as they trip over each other in close proximity. So as the drivers come through again, it is Wedasak Ayamchan still having a very smooth race in the lead in front of Harith Bin Zairalo and Ian Willock. But of course now that the 3 karts have been split up, it's going to be so difficult to battle for the victory. And for Wedasak Ayamchan, this is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to get a bit of gap between himself and the man in second place, Harith Bin Zairalo. And now there's a gap between him and Ian Willock as well. So this is exactly what Wedasak IAME was hoping for. So no problems at all at the moment for the top one driver. Just enjoying himself at the lead of this race at Bira now. And he knows this circuit so well. It's so familiar to him. He's got just such a natural rhythm as things currently progress. So it's been a very tricky run so far, but in the Master X30 race at least, we have had some good performances, some good battles, as the contenders have made useful work of the circuit they've been given. 2 laps to go, and Wedasak IAME still holding his nerve here in front of Harith bin Zaralo. You can't really afford to drop the cart's wheel off on one white line, off on one curb. And look, even under braking, the race leader, Wedasak IAME, is actually still struggling to get this cart around the course in a smooth rhythm. There are some really damp patches around the course here. So even though he's got a sizable lead of just about a second, you cannot afford to throw this away. It's so easily done in a circuit like this where it seems relatively straightforward, it's relatively flat, there's not a massive amount of elevation and undulation changes here. Got to be so careful about where you position the cart as well. It is not easy to balance where the cart is going to go, where you're going to put the cart. There's so much at stake. Got to be so careful. And even Ian Willock now is really starting to hamper in behind Harith bin Zaralo. He might steal second on the last lap. Final lap begins. And for the moment, it looks as though it's going to be one-way traffic for Wedasak IAME, but that man, Ian Willock, wants to steal second away from Harith bin Zaralo, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race to try and make it happen. A 57.031. He is gaining time, hand over fist on the Malaysian. He might just grab second on the final lap here. He's doing 0.3 of a second a lap quicker. So this could be a chance for Ian Willock. If Harith bin Zaralo is not prepared, then Ian Willock might snatch it from him. He's certainly quicker in the Mickey Mouse section. He might get a dive into the penultimate hairpin, you know. He's going to have an opportunity as they run through to the long flowing right-hand hairpin. Wedasak IAME looks like he's sealed this one, but what about Ian Willock? Can he get his move? Finally, on Harith bin Zaralo, he's not close enough. He's going to have to work very hard indeed in the final turn to leapfrog past the Malaysian. But the Malaysian's got to be so tactical about where he places the cart. I think it's going to be a ride to nothing. It's going to be Wedasak IAME who comes through for the victory, second for Harith bin Zaralo. And a very unhappy Ian Willock having to settle for third position. Frustration welled up in him there. Well, very tricky indeed to see how that one all concluded. But what a battle it was until the little trip up there between O and Willock. Well, that does set things up for a very interesting race tomorrow in both the super final and the super heat and the final. So those two races tomorrow are definitely going to be must-see motorsport. But now there's just one race to go in our competition, and that, of course, comes from the Senior X30 battle. And after the war we saw earlier on between Kimi Chan and Padikon Adamasamy, the two men on the front row of the grid colliding on the final lap, let's see what we get from them in Heat 2. race of the Saturday. It comes down to Senior X30. There are still some grey clouds in the area, but whether or not they will break for this last race or not remains a little bit doubtful. But certainly one thing that's not up for debate is that Senior X30 are going to give us a sizzling grandstand finale to our Saturday in the Infinity IAME Series Asia here at Bira in the city of Pattaya in the land of smiles, Thailand, the fourth round of the championship. Kimi Chan and Panikorn Adamasamy will resume their battle on the front row of the grid from Zadia Vraikal and Toby Gale, Kai Burke and Austin Gale from Didi Tse and Sidi Kungsiri, from Shavesh Shentil and Fedos Fezrov Fozi in the top 10, Clifford Ganjanapas and Yuk Kapo from Nawin Natipanon and Andy Bure, then Ayan Marwa and Chen Zhuyuan, Karin Kawa and Tsutomo Nishimura from Nikhil Bora and Tian Runchen. Then it is Johanatan Mosh and Ryan Gunavardana. So Johanatan Mosh and Ryan Gunavardana together there on the 11th row. Then Zachary Boyce and Zhao Shiyan. Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Thomas George from Megat Zulkarnain and Nuris Kafour. Then Cooper Fish and Miguel Quinones from Mark Yao. Armail Udang, Melvin Shane, Kay Sachin, Alvin Tian, and at the back of the grid, it is Put Suntich Trung Rungang. So all 36 competitors in position, including Alvin Tian, and Put Suntich Rungrang at the very back of the grid. But obviously we are still very unclear as to what the weather conditions are going to do for these last 12 laps of racing here today. The True Vision's SKT drivers will obviously go out for their final practice session a little bit later on, weather permitting. But obviously the drivers here are all focused on one thing, and that's their mission to go for the top spot. The last couple of carts are going to be in position. We're having a little bit of a shuffle of the decks at the front end of the field there as Panikorn Adamasamy comes to the grid rather late, I have to say. Having just narrowly missed a victory in Heat 1, though, he'll be pushing to try and make it happen in Heat 2. But Kimi Chan is a tough man to beat. He's a tough man to beat to the first corner, never mind in the race itself. So this is going to be fascinating to see what happens into turn 1 with drivers hoping that they can get a very decent run off the course. The track is dry. It's going to be good enough for the slick tyres to really bite in. But there will be some slight patches of cold running over the course. So there's going to be a couple of surprises, I'm sure, for the drivers in Senior X30. They cannot rest on their laurels, which is interesting because, of course, they have to go with confidence into some of these faster apexes. And they're not going to have much, even on the formation lap. They're not really going to understand a lot about how the track has changed in the last hour and a half or so, predominantly because a lot of the drivers don't really understand how much it's changed, because there's been a couple of showers, but they haven't been very heavy, but they have been instantaneous, which has made things a little bit more intriguing for the drivers. I would say since the lunch break there has been approximately 2.5 showers, but I don't think there's going to be another one before the end of today. There's certainly rain predicted tomorrow, and that's a little bit more deliberate to predict. But certainly for the Senior X30, I don't think they need any rain to spice up the show. They've got plenty of ingredients all on their own. So this could be a fascinating final race as the Senior X30 drivers are ready to venture out onto the course for the final race of the day. The 1 minute board has gone up here at Pattaya on the Bira Kart circuit. And it's time to see what the Senior X30 will wrap up Saturday with. Will it be drama? Will it be intrigue? or will it be absolute chaos? It's probably going to be one of those three, if we're honest. Senior X30 always delivers, and this season has had more chapters and more drama written into it than a Harlan Coben novel. It really is sensational to see what has occurred so far in 2025 in Senior X30. 3 very different weekends and 3 very different winners across the finals this year. Jukka Po, Kimi Chan, and Zadiev Raikal are our final winners in 2025. What are we going to get this weekend? Will there be a 4th different race winner of a final in 2025 in Senior X30? My guess is probably. It's been one of those seasons in the 2025 campaign in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. So many drivers with a chance to grab a victory, and so many of them on this grid. Kimi Chan alongside Banakorn Adamrasamy, who's been absolutely flying out of the box this weekend, and certainly wanting to uphold the honours for Thailand here on the front row of the starting grid. We'll have to see what Banakorn Adamrasamy can do this time. He managed to get the jump on Kimi Chan last time round, and then dramatically the two of them collided with each other on the final lap of Heat 1 to allow Austin and Toby Gale through to a 1-2 for the brothers Gale. So let's see what we get from the second heat. If one of the two drivers ends up winning this one, it will be a different result to race 1 earlier on. So definitely going to be an exciting battle as the contenders are ready. We did have the 1 minute board a short while ago, so I'm not entirely sure why it's taking us a little bit of time to get this race underway. But we're still waiting, I think, for the contenders in position. 12 laps to go. Now we get the signal for the drivers at the end of the pit lane. But 36 of them are going to be racing around this Bira International Kart Circuit. Kimi Chan and Banakorn Adamrasamy on the front row of the grid. Zadiev Raikal and Toby Gale together on the second row. Then Kai Burke and Austin Gale on the third. Didi Tse and Silicon City on the fourth row. Rounding up the top 10 will be Charles Sentil and Mohamed Ferrez-Fezro. Together on the grid for Cricket Kamjanapis. Jukka Po is alongside him. Then it is Naui Nakapano alongside Andy Buret. Then it is Ayan Marwa alongside Chen Jiyan. Doreen Kawa is the lady driver alongside Tsutomu Nishimura, the oldest driver in the field. Nikhil Bora and Tian Runchen rounding out the top 20. From Hanatan Mush and Ryan Gunavardena of Sri Lanka. Zachary Boyce is alongside Zhao Shiyan. Then Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Thomas George from Megat Zulkarnain and Nuris Kapoor of Singapore. Cooper Fish is alongside Miguel Quinones. Then Mark Yao and Amiel Udang. Melvin Shane, Kay Sachin, Alvin Tian. And at the very back of the grid in the number 211 card, it is Put Suntachit Rungrong. So the competitors getting themselves ready for the start. And of course, it is 2x2 formation. But who is going to get to that first corner first? Is it going to be Kimi Chan or is it going to be Banakorn Adamrasamy? Adamrasamy got the jump on Kimi Chan earlier on. Very unusual to go from second on the grid to first. Let's see what happens this time. They'll come off the turn. They will try and get level in the tram lines. And we are hopefully going to get a very good start straight out of the blocks. Which we don't. The lights do not go out on this occasion. So it's going to be formed up again, and the 36 drivers will get the chance to go back onto their original starting grid positions. So they now know that it's not a good start because the lights did not go out, and obviously there are yellow flags all around the course. So the nerves and the jitters pre-race are obviously always a very scary moment for all of the contenders to cope with, but still a very interesting run for the contenders so far. But a really solid battle for all of the contenders. So now we get to see what will happen in this final challenge forward. It is going to be tricky to know who's going to get the most of it. So now the drivers are in position. as they come through on the final part of the course. Going to be an interesting one as the two rows will be in close proximity. Kimi Chan and Panikorn Aramrasamy. They'll come off the final turn. We'll hope that the tram lines stay a bit more even this time. They do, and we're at the starting orders. Great start for Kimi Chan, a bit of a bang of wheels, and there's a contact on the main straight as Sutomo Nishimura has tangled with Karin Carr. So Sutomo Nishimura and Karin Carr collide, and Sutomo Nishimura is out on the start line, literally parallel to the finish line. He has not gone further than that turn, and we've got another car off further back in the back. Is that Panikorn? I think that's Panikorn Aramrasamy. Panikorn Aramrasamy has dropped to the back of the field. We need to see what happened there, but Panikorn Aramrasamy, who was on the front row of the grid, is now dead last. So there's definitely not going to be a race win for him this time. Panikorn Aramrasamy in big trouble. He has rejoined, but he's down the back. Big launch on the inside from Kai Burke. No, sorry, that's Austin Gale. Austin Gale has charged his way side by side now with Kimi Chan, and Austin Gale has suddenly sensed that he can win 2 from 2 here. So he's now taken the lead from Kimi Chan. Kai Burke in third position, fourth place Alia Breikout as the rest of the field skate around. And then another big moment further back in the pack is the 201 that's dropped down to the tail end of the field. So that is Tian Runchen, the Chinese driver from Mohua Motorsports. So he's dropped all the way to the back as well. But Austin Gale leads the way from Kimi Chan and Kai Burke. They work their way through the S's. And it's been a really interesting run as they go through the S's and then up to the far side of the course. A very good run indeed as they work through the hairpin and back down the run across the back straight. Down to the inside line, through the left-hand hairpin, back on the power. And then the 261 Kimi Chan all over the back of our race leader, Austin Gale, trying to hold it together as he's got big pressure from Chan and Kai Burke. Then Zadia Breikout, Silicon City and Toby Gale in 6th position in front of, I think that is Zadia Breikout. Oh, sorry, that's first Toby. Then Didi Tse is currently running in 11th position, 8th position, I should say. And then we've got Chavesh Sentil and Yuka Bo in the top 10. But the fastest man on track is Panikorn Aramrasamy, driving furiously to try and work his way back through the pack again. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, but he certainly skated off the road at turn 3 on the first lap. So Panikorn Aramrasamy is absolutely livid and trying to work his way back through the pack. Driving angry can certainly make you go quicker if you channel that anger in the right way. But Panikorn Aramrasamy really has got his back against the ropes now, trying to cut his way back through. He's currently in about 29th or so. So definitely with a lot of work to do. Austin Gale leads Kimi Chan. Kai Burke, Zadia Breikout, Silicon City and Toby Gale. It looks as though they've actually swapped positions there. I think Toby Gale has actually got into 5th position. As diving up the inside, Kai Burke has got his run on Kimi Chan. So Kai Burke into 2nd place, past the man from Hong Kong, the reigning Senior X30 champion. Kimi Chan has just lost his position there as Toby Gale has now caught right up to Zadia Breikout. So the teammates, Kimi Chan and Zadia Breikout, are going to have a fascinating duel here, 3rd and 4th places. Still putting on an excellent show and a good display. They run through on the far side of the course, and Zadia Breikout going to have some pressure here from Toby Gale. Toby Gale works his way through the hairpin, gets back on the power. They run together in the close proximity of the back part of the straight, then out through the hairpin. But your leader is Austin Gale. He's going to have pressure from his fellow Birillard driver. 2nd place at the moment for Kai Burke. You get the sense that the Birillard drivers want to put on a special show here in Senior X30, considering that the boss of Birillard, Ronnie Sala, is in town. Up on the inside, Toby Gale gets his move on Zadia Breikout. So Toby Gale now into P4. So Austin Gale leads the way. Toby Gale is leading the cavalry after the top 3. And we've got a great battle in through the Mickey Mouse section. And again, Kimi Chan on the back foot here, trying to get back on terms with Kai Burke, the Australian. They run through the hairpin. Austin Gale doing a great job in the lead, but Toby Gale, his younger brother, has just got into 4th place, and he's now chipping away at the top 3. So things are going to get very interesting here as Kai Burke now has the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place, trying to close up on Austin Gale, and he's doing it. The Birillard Asia driver really pushing. Kimi Chan, third position. Toby Gale in front of Siri Kansiri. So Siri Kansiri in fifth position. Running a very good race of it at the moment. 3 retirements, Melvin Shane, Runchen and Tsukumo Nishimura. So 36 drivers started this race, only 33 are still running now as Austin Gale leads Kai Burke, who sets another fastest lap to try and close up on the race leader Austin Gale. Then it's Kimi Chan, Toby Gale, Siri Kansiri and Zaria Vraikal in front of Feroz Fezrofozi, Chavish Sentil and Yuka Po now in front of Chen Juyan, with Didi Tse in front of Nikhil Bora, who is charging his way up the order. Into 12th place now in front of Ayan Marwa, knowing that Depanon and Clifford Kanjanapis. Ryan Gunavardhana is next up, the Sri Lankan. So a lot of good battles in this field. Still great to see everybody really make use of the opportunities given them here. Notice Gafour's made a good progress as well. He's 17th in front of Cooper Fish. And then round the top 20, Andy Burrett ahead of Thomas George as Didi Tse has lost ground now to Nikhil Bora. And meanwhile, Panikon Adamasami is really getting through this field as quickly as he can, trying to make up for the lost time earlier on. But it's not going to be easy to continue to measure himself up against the rest of this pack if he can't make the progress. So I think when we get out of this race, we're going to have a hopping mad Panikon Adamasami. Went off on turn 3, lap 1, lost a lot of ground. Certainly not what he needed to focus on at this point in proceedings. So still, they battle on with a very tough race in prospect. Off the turn, Kimi Chan looks like he's built himself back into a strong position here. Looked after his tyres for a couple of laps. He's going to be right on terms with Kai Burke, who's already giving chase to Austin Gale in the lead. Toby Gale P4, fifth place for Siri Kansiri. And then the 2 DRMs of Zalia Vraikal and Feroz Fezrofozi. They can work together here, the 2 Malaysians. Out of the braking zone through their hairpin. And Kimi Chan has tightened up to Kai Burke. Kai Burke has tightened up to Austin Gale. This is going to be a real crescendo now between the top 3 as Gale fancies his chances. But Kai Burke is the fastest driver until Toby Gale rocks up with a new fastest lap. And Toby Gale is catching all 3 of them now. This is going to be fascinating as they run through on the far side of the course. Up through the hairpin, down the backstretch, up to the left-hand hairpin. Who's going to make the first blink? Toby Gale is just chipping away at the top 3. Toby Gale doing a great job here to close up on first, second and third. Kai Burke's got to make a move soon, otherwise Kimi Chan's going to be on him. Austin Gale wouldn't mind having a bit of a cleaner race than what he's going to get. 4 laps to go. It's going to be very tight to the finish now. There's a long train of cars trying to make progress here as well as they try to step up the attack in the main body of the race. It's going to be so tricky as they continue to run in close proximity again. Kai Burke not close enough to make the launch on Austin Gale here. But Austin Gale controlling the pace through the Mickey Mouse section. Kimi Chan with a better approach here to Kai Burke. Might be able to get his launch on the way down to the penultimate hairpin. You've really got to time this right in Senior X30. You can't afford to take too many risks, but at the same time, you've got to make a calculated move or 2. Otherwise, you're just going to be stationary for the whole race. So Kai Burke leaning into Austin Gale again. Off the final corner, 3 laps to go. And Kai Burke is looking after the tyres as best as he can to try and stretch them that little bit further into this race. Meanwhile, further back, there's a great challenge from Didi Tse as she is currently squabbling away with the 242 in the mix there. That is Clifford Kanjanapis, and knowing that the Parnon's trying to get ahead of her, but on the DAP chassis, Didi Tse is coping well with the pressure. And Panikon Adamasami has made another clean move, this time on Noris Gafour, a little bit further down the field. Karin Kawa is really struggling to make progress after her little incident with Tsutomu Nishimura on the first start. But now the drivers continue to challenge down to the braking zone, and Kimi Chan closing in on Kai Burke as Kai Burke closes in on Austin Gale, and Toby Gale is sat there in P4 waiting for this all to unravel. 2 laps to go. It's game time for the race victory. Who's going to make the first move? Kai Burke fancies his chances into turn 1. He's not going to make the bid. Oh, and there's contact further back. That's Zaria Vraikal, I think. No, it's not. It's further back in the pack. It's Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Paco Miguel Sarmiento's collided there with Megat Zulkanine, and there's one other driver off the road as well in the hairpin. That looks to me like Zhao Xiyan. So the three of them have come together there, unfortunately. Zulkarnain's got going again, but I'm afraid it looks to me as though Zhao Shiyan, the Chinese driver, has not got going again. Well, big challenges all the way round then. But now it's time to battle for the victory. Austin Gale from Kai Burke, Kimi Chan and Toby Gale. Toby Gale closing in all the time on these three. It could be a four-man scrap for the win as we go into the final lap at the end of this hairpin. They work their way through. It'll be a tight run. Austin Gale still in front of Kai Burke, then Kimi Chan, then Toby Gale. They're going to run all the way to the first corner. Very close in connection to four drivers. Still good battles and still good duels all the way. A very tough race now for the victory. Someone's got to give as Austin Gale holds his nerve, but Kimi Chan is pushing. Kai Burke's got to make a move, but he's not close enough. Kimi Chan's going to try and wrestle his way forward. Can't make it stick. Through the Mickey Mouse section. Toby Gale closes up on Kimi Chan. There's a great battle going on further back as well for P6, but it's not easy to keep up to date with that battle because we're so busy glued to this one. But Austin Gale might just have done enough here on Tyre Life. Kai Burke has done his best to stay in front of Kimi Chan. Toby Gale has caught them up, but they're going to run out of race laps here. It's going to be a masterclass in defensive tactics and tyre management from Austin Gale. He's going to make it 2 from 2. Austin Gale victorious ahead of Kai Burke, Kimi Chan and Toby Gale. Great racing all the way. Fantastic stuff in Senior X30, and that is just for starters, ladies and gentlemen. The confidence boost to Austin Gale has been magnificent. 2 wins from 2 starts. Absolutely perfect. Same as we saw from Chinnavat Vijayabuti in the cadets earlier on. And he gets the victory in front of Kai Burke, Kimi Chan, Toby Gale, Sirikum Siri, and Shavish Sentil, would you believe, in 6th position. Great racing all the way in Senior X30. The fastest lap of the race, amazingly, comes from Cooper Fish, the man who only got 1 flying lap in the qualifying session earlier on. That shows you how quick Cooper Fish could have been and how high up the ranks he should have been had he been able to get all of his laps in. And a mechanical failure robbed him of a decent lap in qualifying. Well, this is going to be quite an amazing final tomorrow, isn't it? Some amazing opportunities coming from these racers who have put in so much of their effort, of their toil, of their tears, of their sweat into this weekend. It's going to be fascinating to see how this all concludes. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible when we get to the closing stages of this one. So, the drivers conclude after what has been a truly fantastic battle in Senior X30. The True Vision's SKT drivers will come out for their final practice session. But in terms of the racing, it's been an amazing battle. A win apiece for Sera Kojima and Andrea Galimberti in the junior contest. Double trouble victory for Chinnavat Vijayabuti. 1 apiece for Harith Minzairalo and Werasak Ayamchan in the Masters. But it's been Austin Gale all the way in Senior X30. Tomorrow, there's going to be even more to talk about as we gear up for the finals. What a battle we have in prospect tomorrow here at Bira in Thailand. The land of smiles is all smiles if you're wearing red and white. It's been a fantastic battle so far. But from me, Jake Sanson, and the whole crew, we'll be back for more race action tomorrow in fantastic fashion. 10:30 is when we will begin the action as we have super heats and, of course, the final. Make sure you tune in. There's going to be great racing tomorrow here at the Bira International Kart Circuit in Pattaya in Thailand. See you all bright and early tomorrow morning.
Ready for action. No, we go racing. But still all good for the moment. Ultimate move. This is not going to be easy to finish off. And he's got there. Great start from INF1NITY. That's exactly what he needed off the start. And we go green flags in the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through in one piece? Pushing through turn one. Not a good start for Korean car at all. She's dropping backwards through the field like a stone through water. This is not going to be easy to finish off. Oh, Benjamin! Oh, takes the checkered flag.